Hi guys, from the 3rd second we begin a study live stream, and the date is 3rd April 2026. Now the time is 18 o'clock 23, and the second is is 24th 51 52nd 53rd seconds. We begin a study live stream now, and so happy to be back. And what is all about today in the academic and the economic world, the major world, and it is going on about the labor studies in the NBER research institutes in the United States, and so that kind of they have exposure to what actually entities characteristics all about, and about the different ratio of the graduation and most related with the economics education last semester. And so that kind of I still think that I get helped, but they haven't credited that, and the young Marcus professor was behind the stage, and I feel like the other cognitive classmates was express their conscious, but most of them are irrelevant, unrelated with my true thinking pattern, but I don't want to share with them absolutely because they are my enemies. And so let's back to the study live stream, and welcome you guys and involve now the new new abonnent, new potential 助手 which from this kind of stream, this kind of link, and even they haven't clicked yet, but I really don't think that the surface of style and etc. can prove and etc. They flow, so conscious flow, some are not very proofable, and that's why. So from my point of view, let's begin the study live stream. We got the notification from the YouTube that they're saying like something went wrong, and the huge monkeys and the right side of the bit stream, kind of like the message, kind of like the how to say that, like CIQ, whatsoever, like the QQ and like the IBM and the ICQ. Yeah, ICQ was very ancient communication software, and so that we begin this current study live stream. I feel happy, extremely happy, and today we still gonna put more difficult on it. I was being stopped by doing that because the decan was not very willing to anything that is too much countable, and if you make the detail about that, it feels like unfree and feels like the purchasement was kind of like enforced and not free from the. But from my point of view, it's the university, for example, like they haven't done the things which is throwing my things away, and in the last photo, and this will not happen. But the current situation is that they have thrown that away, and that I need to record that every detail and winning back in every corner conscious and etc. So let's doing that. And recently we got a lot of things to do, and most of them are to they organize into my living sphere and etc. And so that, as you guys can see, that this is the cutting and dining room, and so that we have the IKEA boxes and behind me, and we actually for this kind of little amount of thing we need to actually more, so we will going to purchase. I hope the budget is enough and to have this process going on, and I hope the link will not be removed, and they have still in the time boundary and which you could access it and can dealing with them, and like the generate some PDF and etc. and finally deal with this kind of fast business, right? So, and I feel like happy about that. I'm okay about to changing frequently the living environment, because this is not learned from the video from the recent about Bilibili updater, but from my point of view, is like me is that the most important thing is fast. Fast is only time mattering. It's not that bubble tea system. It's the time efficiency and but price absolutely will consider into, but the most measuring factors of my subconsciousness or settings is that the fast dealing with that problem and once you can, and because we don't have really much time to thinking about this, one second delay feels like a trillion loss. And so so in this sense, and we're gonna run in the time in some efficient way. And so I hope like my principle is that safe and fast, and if you can deal with that, the condition and really the decoration in the Wohnung or in the flat is not very important for me, and I'm currently just renting, and so I don't have judge upon about this kind of environment. But from my side is that the requirement is more or less minimized. And so if it is so for my university grading and university system, that would be great. If it is not, I can also tolerate about the conditions, which, for example, like they are not very new, or they are etc. So for me, like functionality in a fast frequency was my first priority. Like if you can function in a fast transaction mode, even that is some like some small businesses, and I still feel like eligible to doing that. And otherwise, I feel like so much delay, like once several seconds, lost the whole life. Sorry, lost some big deal, and it feels like devastated. And but because that this kind of situation cases, they shouldn't happen, right? So yeah, okay, fine. So let's get into the study live stream. And sometimes I will fall asleep, and so you don't see the empty study live stream. But for me, it's important to record the atmosphere, like the air surround surround this kind of rented flat, like this kind of felt like working tish and etc. So from a point of view, is that also very important. So just like doing things, because we don't have much time to invest in here anymore. And so yeah, so let's do it.这么好吗？我的天呐，我都不敢 hard believe。Okay, so Okay. um, 嗯 哎呦，啊，最后这个又还是一天。 That's one. Mm, 谁？我的天！吓我一跳！ 嗯。要是我能记下的话就好了，我能得到这个，我愿意让你背我的。So there is a little bit problematic. 是很 difficult。当时这次 with充电的时候吗？ continue. 嗯嗯，OK，我又回来了。然后，我们现在重新，然后开始打包东西。
People shifting once they hit that black point. I mean, are you able to look at that change as well?
I mean, empirically, most of the people who are in the who forfeit balances, and so they're in that low to middle income.
These are yeah.
They're not getting anywhere.
They're not forfeiting anything, but they're not getting any larger contributions.
I guess I'm not quite following, but we can return to it.
We'll return to it.
Yeah.
I mean, so the alternative story to Garrett's one, right, which is in the like firm marketing world, right, there's this whole phenomenon called breakage, right, which is you issue coupons and things that people appear to value, then they won't actually be able to cash them in because it's just too complicated or they're just not fully aware, they're not selling for. And that's also a design feature in most marketing campaigns is breakage and how much of it do you really want to have. So I think it's hard to adjudicate these explanations, but I think there are also many possible reasons firms would do this strategically.
Sure.
that would not have the same efficient implications.
Right. And there's actually Ali Cole has a paper showing that for the recruiting part of it, when you're being recruited to a job, actually promised 401k benefits are really important to the recruiting success of firms. And then we're showing that they don't have much effect on the retention end. And so maybe the match rate itself is more salient to a job seeker than the vesting schedule is to a job separator, and that's consistent with the story. So a little bit of background on 401k vesting. So there are two types of contributions that go into 401k plans. There are employee contributions that I defer from my paycheck, and I always have full ownership of those because I've already been paid them as income. But firms can make employer contributions as well, so money that they deposit directly into these accounts, and they can impose vesting requirements on those employer contributions. And there are two types of vesting schedules. So there's a cliff schedule, which is this 0 to 1 jump at one point, right? So for example, in the 3-year cliff, if I've been employed for 2 years and 364 days, I own none of my employer contributions. And then the next day I own 100% of them, 3 years worth. There are also graded schedules where this increases gradually during the vesting period, but these are still sharp jumps. So there's like one day when my ownership share goes from 0 to 20, and then one day a year later when it goes from 20 to 40. So these are still sharp jumps even in the graded schedule. And then again, in our sample, about 3/4 of plans make at least one type of contribution, either a matching or a profit-sharing non-matching contribution that is subject to vesting. The data we'll be using is administrative record-keeping data from Vanguard. So this is all the information that Vanguard collects in the course of administering 401k plans. And we have, financial transactions, information about the firms, the plan sponsors, plan rules, and we have income information for about 3/4 of participants. So when we control for income, we're limiting to that subset. To study forfeitures, we have about 4.5 million separations across this universe of plans from 2010 to 2022. And to study retention effects, we have to impose some more sample filters. So it's a little bit smaller. The cross-plan approach has about 1.5 million participants. And the within-plan approach, that's a much smaller sample with a limited set of plans that use this discontinuity rule. And so that's more like 90,000 participants. And this is the distribution of vesting periods. So I forgot to mention that the longest a cliff schedule can be is 3 years, and the longest a graded schedule can be under federal law is 6 years. And so that's why 3 and 6 years are very common. Again, about 25 to 30% use immediate vesting. So that means the firm does not impose any vesting requirements. Ownership is immediate as soon as you're given employer contribution. And there's also a group of firms using 5-year schedules. So first, I'll summarize the forfeitures among separating workers and their distributional effects. And so I'm showing 2010 here, which is the first year of our second period, and 2018, which is forfeitures can actually occur with a lag after separation. So 2018 is the last year for which we have complete forfeiture data. And this is the number I referenced before, about 30% separations involve a forfeiture. If you exclude plans with immediate vesting, where that share is 0% by construction, that rises to 40% among the plans with vesting. And the average forfeiture is about 3% of annual income. And converted back to dollar terms, it's about $1,800 at the mean and $500 at the median. So to give you a sense of the dollar amounts we're working with, they can, they're not negligible, they can be large, but the median is $500, so not huge amounts.
What do you want to make us to make of the fact that it's so different between 2018 and 2010?
Yeah, so you can see that there's a shift in the 10-year values as well. 10-year separation is declining, and so you saw from the first plot that actually vesting schedules don't move around much, and generally plan rules are pretty sticky. So what's changing here is that just more separations are occurring within the fixed vesting period at a given plan.
That's an amazing fact.
Yeah.
I wonder how representative it is.
Yeah, when working with like the Vanguard population, questions of representatives are always a good one.
That's very important.
Yep.
But it's still being just a very exceptional thing that's different than
I should show you kind of a time series plot too. It is a gradual, like the forfeiture rate is kind of gradually increasing from 20 to 30% over this time period. And this is the heterogeneity part. So those were the 30% is an overall figure. And there are these monotonic patterns by age and income where, you know, kind of intuitively, these workers tend to have higher turnover rates, change jobs more often. And so they're more likely to separate during their vesting periods. And so workers in their 20s and 30s and workers in the bottom 2 income quintiles have significantly higher forfeiture rates. So now let's try to quantify those distributional effects in a way that's more interpretable. So we'll take the following approach. We'll restrict to plans with vesting. So that's about 3/4 of the sample where these vesting policies are actually in place. And we want to distinguish between gross and net employer contributions. So gross contributions are just, you know, the average annual employer contribution amount that you receive during your tenure scaled by your average annual income. The net contribution measure is the same, but we're going to subtract off whatever forfeiture you give back when you separate at the end of your job spell, and just discount it back to present value terms so that it's comparable to the year that you were given the employer contribution. And so we can compare these distributions, the gross distribution and the net distribution across income quintiles, and that'll give us a view as to how vesting is changing the distribution of the regressivity of employer contributions.
Sorry, Suresh, can I ask, how can firms count this on their balance sheet? Like if they got, like, can they pledge it as collateral or use it? Like what's firms' incentives to keep this?
So they've already contributed it to the plan, so they've gotten a tax break for that, so they can't pull it back out of the plan. So if I have a forfeiture and I give up $500, it goes back into like my firm's account within the 401k fund, and they can use it for other 401k expenses like contributions for remaining employees. Yeah. So it reduces the aggregate cost of the plan. So these are the results, and these we're splitting by plan-specific income quintiles, so we're making within-firm comparisons. And the lighter bars that's the distribution of gross employer contributions as a share of income, and those bars are already upward sloping, and that's a fact we knew already that gross contributions are regressive themselves because higher income workers are more likely to maximize employer matches. The dark bars are the net measures that adjust for forfeitures, and those are even more sharply increasing in income, precisely because forfeiture rates are highest among the lower income participants. And so the difference between the top and bottom quintiles in terms of gross contributions is about 0.6 percentage points. In terms of net contributions, it's about 1.2 percentage points. So the effect, at least as we've defined regressivity, is the top-bottom difference. The effect of vesting is to roughly double it. So everything I've talked about so far is about single employment spells, because that's generally all we can see for a given worker. And I'll, in the interest of time, I'll kind of defer the details of this to the paper, but we also, yep, go ahead. Gender is harder because that's not something that Vanguard needs to collect for record. Yes, we do have that. Yeah. Yeah. We should do that. Yeah, it is an imputed measure, but we should do that. Yeah. And so single employment spells understate lifetime costs here for the obvious reason that workers have more than one job in a career, so they can have more than one forfeiture in a career. And these funds are, we're giving them in present value terms, but if they were to remain invested in a tax-advantaged retirement account and compound until 65, those are going to be larger amounts. So in the paper, we have a lifetime simulation model that we calibrate to important features of the administrative data. And the most important part is that we have separation hazard rates by income level. And so it's capturing the fact that lower income workers change jobs more often, have more jobs, and they're more likely to experience a forfeiture in any given employment spell. And then you can run the simulation and then ask, in a counterfactual world, how much more retirement wealth would I have had at age 65 if any forfeitures that I suffered during my career actually hadn't occurred. And so that's the bottom row here. And so you run the simulation separately for each income quintile, and you can see the average change in retirement wealth at age 65 is about $26,000. And that's actually kind of constant across the income distribution because there are offsetting effects where lower income workers have more forfeitures, but when they do occur, the forfeitures are larger in dollar amounts for the higher income workers. And so that actually leads to a pretty flat, $23,000 to $30,000 lifetime cost estimate across the income distribution. then obviously if you divide that as a share of 1 year's worth, the lifetime average annual income, that is highly regressive. Yep.
Sorry. So if you did the guys that retire in your sample, what's 26,000 relative to the average 401k account?
So in the latest survey of consumer finances, the median respondent has 401k and IRA wealth of about $150,000. So that's one way to benchmark this. Within our simulation, we get larger, retirement wealth estimates at age 65, and that's because we're kind of assuming that they don't leak out of the retirement account before retirement, and empirically that happens a lot. And so that's why, in the SCF it's 150,000, and in our data in this simulation it's higher than that. But if you want to benchmark the 26,000, I would have 150 or 200,000 in mind at the median.
That's about the labor supply decision. So in some sense, you're taking here that they're in a particular job with a particular contribution of 401k. When they're making the decision to accept the job, what must be important is what their other option is.
Yeah.
And in some ways, they don't care about the 401k. They know they're going to leave within 3 years. So it feels like calling it cost seems the wrong way of calling it. And maybe I'm 24. I'm thinking about what job to take. I've got job A, job B. I know I'm going to do it for 2 years to figure out what I enjoy and move on to something else.
Yep.
I may not care. Whereas what you're doing is you're taking that as being, if you call it cost, then you're kind of assuming they're planning to stay. So
I think in the last part of the talk, we'll get to that more directly. We'll talk about the wage gains for job switchers, and that's getting to your point of, maybe I don't care about the 401k because I'm getting a better wage offer. And I think the informational part is important there too. Given the low levels of knowledge we document in the survey, we think it's unlikely actually that workers are making this type of calculation where they're kind of actually weighing a forfeiture amount against something that they could get elsewhere. What they get elsewhere might actually end up being larger sometimes, and that's why wage gains still matter. But we don't think that workers are actually thinking through the kind of calculation you described when they're making job change decisions.
It would be interesting to do a quick survey. I bet that no more than 25% of the people in this room know the vesting policy of their employer. I know I don't.
They take a poll afterwards. Maybe here's another good place to pause for questions before we get into the second distinct part of the paper. Yeah.
I'm wondering if forfeiture rates vary with the past performance of the financial portfolio. There's some research showing that they vary differently about cash versus like house money or investment gains. They might be able to part with that more easily.
I think in theory you're right, but to the extent it's again, we're pushing participants' knowledge of 401k rules and of their current account balance and how it's changed over the last year pretty hard for them to be making that kind of calculation. So I think in theory you're right, but given kind of the evidence in the survey and evidence generally is that 401k participants don't know a ton about how their 401k plan operates or what their balance is worth or what is vested and what's not vested yet. And so I think at the margin, those kinds of considerations probably don't matter as much.
Benjamin Schumer. At the beginning, there was a table where I was thinking, well, it's really small. It's just 3% of my annual income is forfeit, actively or passively. But here, the last table painted a picture of 60%, although I only have 4 transitions. Is that right? So how come? Because I would have thought it's $1,000 typically, and now suddenly it's 20,000.
Yeah, so there's I should be clear about that. So the 3% is my forfeiture this year when I separate. It's 3% of my annual income in this year, right? So that's the 3%.
Conditional on switching and conditioning on me having separated during the vesting period before the
Yes, conditional on the forfeiture being not zero, right? The average one is 3%.
So it would be even smaller if I were to look unconditionally.
Yeah. And so what's going on here is that it's not just one forfeiture. You could have 2 or 3 or 4, like the bottom quintile has. And here we're compounding returns up until you're age 65. So under the assumption that the money would have stayed in a tax-advantaged retirement account and earned the returns of the target date fund, what would it be worth at age 65, right? So we can kind of benchmark against, for example, like what does the median SCF respondent habit age 65.
I see. So the compounding does all the work.
Yes, yes.
And the mean income, I don't inflation adjust so that I then in the end divide by a larger number. Is it?
Everything is real, like 2022 dollars here. Yeah. So you can. Yeah.
So the compounding really like increases much more than I would have aesthetically. Thanks.
Yep.
But that's just like there are just two the switches on average, right? Somehow, because then I would have thought, well, it's 3 times 2.
Is 1.86 or yeah, I mean, you can also I omitted in the interest of fitting this on one page. I omitted the middle panel of this table, which is the non-compounded forfeiture amounts, right? So, you know, the median here for the it's $23,000 for the bottom income quintile. There's in the paper there's a middle panel where it shows just what is the nominal dollar amounts that you forfeit summed up across your career that don't have the compounding. That may align more with your intuition. Yeah. So moving on to retention effects. So the first part of the paper is about just documenting how often this occurs. It occurs for lower income workers. It appears to be regressive. And now we can ask what kinds of behavioral responses there are. Is there a retention effect? And the first approach we use is this cross-plan approach. And as I mentioned, vesting schedules are stated in annual terms, so there's a discrete jump once per year in my ownership. And the strongest, the biggest jump and the strongest retention incentive across all vesting schedules is the 3-year cliff. That's the longest a cliff schedule can be. And there's this 0 to 100 switch at my 3rd employment anniversary. So again, at 2 years and 364 days, I own nothing. And I stay employed for 1 more day and I earn ownership of 3 years worth of employer contributions. It's a very strong incentive. So if we're going to see a retention effect, we should see it here. The complication is that because vesting events usually line up with annual employment anniversaries because they're based on the elapsed time since you've been hired, they line up with other compensation relevant events. So you might be getting cash bonuses, you might be getting deferred compensation outside of the 401k plan that's subject to some vesting schedule that we can't see. There could be promotion decisions being made or just quitting heuristics. You tend to quit after a round number of years. And so this is all to say that we should be using a control group instead of just naively comparing separation hazard rates just before and just after the 3rd employment anniversary at 3-year cliff plans. So our approach is to use immediate vesting plans. So these are plans that don't have any vesting schedule as a never treated control group. And so the question we end up asking is the jump in separation rates at the 3rd employment anniversary larger for 3-year cliff plans than for immediate vesting plans? And the identification, obviously, is that these immediate vesting plans are capturing the counterfactual separation dynamics that would have occurred without the vesting schedule. And so we use just a standard diff and diff setup to trace out this effect. We look 4 quarters before and 4 quarters after the 3rd employment anniversary, and we're using quarterly separation hazard rates and controlling for plan and worker observables. And so first, I'll show you the baseline separation hazards. And so again, we're using quarterly separation hazards. So quarter of employment is on the x-axis. So at quarter 12, you can see the baseline separation hazards are in the neighborhood of 3 to 4%. And 2 things stand out here, which is first, there is a jump at quarter 12, which is the 3rd employment anniversary, but it occurs for both groups, both the 3-year cliff and the immediate vesting groups. And in raw terms, it's actually larger for the immediate vesting group, which is the opposite of what we expected. That'll go away once we control for observables. The second part is that the spike at quarter 12 is not unique. It occurs every 4 quarters, every year since your hire date. And so that's the data telling us that there are other things happening at annual employment anniversaries. We can't tell precisely what they are, but there appear to be spikes in quit rates at every annual anniversary, every employment anniversary. And so that's why we're using a control group here. This is the diff and diff result. So we're normalizing coefficients relative to quarter -1. Quarter 0 is when the 3-year cliff participant becomes fully vested. And if there were a retention effect here, you'd expect these estimates to kind of dip and become negative before 0 because participants would delay separations until after they got across the 3-year cliff, and then they should jump up afterwards. And so we don't really see that. The qualitative pattern is that the normalized coefficient in quarter -1 is still the smallest of all of them. And that's consistent with that story, but the magnitudes are very small. And so we're talking about estimates in the neighborhood of maybe 20 basis points. And again, the baseline separation hazard is 3 to 4 percentage points. So very small. Yep.
So I was expecting that you were going to tell us that there was some collection of blue states that passed a state law that said you had to immediately vest and you were going to use that as a source of variation. Does that not exist? Can only the feds regulate this?
It's regulated by it's a mix of the Department of Labor and the Internal Revenue Service because there are tax advantages involved and because ERISA is the Department of Labor. But no, it's a federal regulation describing what you can do in your 401k plan, and so it's not a state level. Yeah.
Where are those snowflake states when we live?
I will say that, you know, they're not to get into too much of an aside, but, you know, there's one of the biggest compliance costs for having a 401k plan is non-discrimination testing to show that high-income employees don't get much more benefits than low-income employees. And you can get safe harbor if you use certain plan designs. You can exempt yourself from that testing requirement. And those safe harbor designs usually require you to have immediate vesting. So it is regulated in that.
So this is very different from like these fish experiments, Andrea Weber and Damon Oli in Austria. You stay a month longer, retire then, you get a bigger severance pay. There's a step function in tenure.
Yeah.
Or like people retire exactly when there's small changes in the retirement pension plans. This is very different because now the salient maybe. Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
It's happening kind of mid-career. It's not determining like the annual payout of a defined benefit pension. It's kind of like a lump sum in your 30s, right? And the evidence suggests through the survey evidence suggests it's not super salient. Yeah. And so I showed the 3-year cliff here, and that's what we focus on in the paper because that's if we were going to see a retention effect, we would see it there. But the null result also holds for other vesting schedules and across the age and income distributions for workers. And so the second approach we used, so again, the first one was a cross-plan approach, and so we're relying on the assumption that immediate vesting plans are like a good counterfactual for 3-year cliff plans. For a smaller subset of plans, a pretty small subset, about 29 in our sample, we actually have a sharper within plan approach. And so the event study analysis restricted to plans that use the elapsed time since you were hired to credit vested employment service. So that's why I was talking about annual employment anniversaries. These 29 plans use a different counting method, which is that if you are employed in 6 different months of a calendar year, then that calendar year counts as a year of vested service. So it's kind of collapsing everything into a calendar year basis, and if you're there for 6 months, you get the whole amount of credit. So this means if you're hired in July, you get credit for your first calendar year of employment because July through December is 6 distinct months. But if you're hired in August, you don't. And so August hires essentially have a vesting schedule that is 1 year longer than July hires. And so you can, this gives you a comparison where you can find people hired in the same year at the same plan. You can control for their annual income. One is hired in July, one is hired in August. If there is a retention effect, the August hire should, have a longer employment tenure. It should be more likely to stay employed beyond some given time threshold. And so that's what we can test with this sample of 29 plans. And here the result comes across in the picture. So these are Kaplan-Meier survival probabilities. The x-axis is your hire month relative to that cutoff. So 0 is July and 1 is August. And we're plotting the share of employees that are still employed 12 months after hire, 24 months, 36 months, and that's the y-axis. And if there were a retention effect, you should see these retention probabilities jump up across the vertical line from 0 to 1, but they don't. They just kind of seem to be continuing a trend in that neighborhood, and if anything, there's actually kind of a slight decrease across the vertical line. And if you turn this into a regression with plan fixed effects, then you get the same result where the point estimates are slightly negative, but mostly not distinguishable from 0. So again, another null result. I'll stop there because that's the end of the retention part. Any other questions?
One question there.
Yep.
Jack Melcher, Chicago booth. Do you do this? Do you look at heterogeneity by the power of the incentive here? Right. For on average, people might not rearrange their plans for $500, but they might for 3,000 or 10,000.
Yeah. So that picture is in the paper, and so you can imagine doing a pooled event study where it's just a before/after, so you have one coefficient estimate, and then doing that, heterogeneity by what is the size of your employer contribution balance and what is its size relative to your income, and essentially the null result kind of holds across that distribution as well. The point estimates stay near 0. They get a little bit. It's harder to find people with $15,000 worth of unvested employer contributions in their 3rd year, but even so, it's a little noisier. But even the point estimates are still near 0.
One question going back to Derek's earlier question. And if this were sort of a form of deferred compensation, like you're posting a bond, right? You'd expect wages to be higher at the firms that had the longer, like hiring wages. That's not something you can really get at with your data. Is that correct?
We do observe income, and so you could, compare starting incomes. Is that a statement about the 3-year clip and the immediate plans, like the other parts of their compensation, like being different? Yeah, the identification is still changes around that at the employment anniversary, but we could try to pick.
This is what you want is the expected present value of taking the job between firms that have the longer would be equalized, right? That somehow you're compensated. You're posting a bond, so you're compensated in that sense. So a strong test of this would to be show that in fact the market is fully accounting for that. Yeah, I think it's hard to do.
It's hard to do, but I think we have some of the data that you could start to try to do that. Yeah.
And follow up on that, I think the big descriptive statistics I would love to see, if you go across types of firms, by sector, by age of the workforce, by their turnover rate, etc., just descriptively, where are the immediate vesting firms and where are the 3-year vesting firms, and does it look like what you would expect if there's certain types of workers where we want to defer compensation and others where we don't? Does it?
Yes and no.
I think that should be part of this paper, is to give us more about who's doing this and who's not.
Yeah, it should be, and the answer is yes and no. So the global average is about 30% of plans use immediate vesting, and so the sector we have in our data for which we have good coverage, where there's the largest population of younger entry-level high turnover workers, is the retail and wholesale industries. And the share of plans in that industry that use immediate vesting is 13% instead of 30%. So you can pick up some sectoral differences. The turnover rates themselves, there's actually no relationship between plan level average turnover rates and the vesting schedule. And so one way we think about that is, again, talking about this within plan redistribution, right? Part of the effect of a vesting schedule is actually to condition benefits within your plan population on tenure. So it's not necessarily that your plan has a really high average turnover rate. It's because maybe you have one group of employees that has high turnover rate, another that has a low turnover rate, and the vesting schedule is what is conditioning the amount of the 401k benefits, on those 2 different employee types within the plan. So in the last part of the paper, we can, and David, how much time? About 5 minutes. Yeah. Okay. We try to consider potential explanations for this lack of retention effect. And there's a very simple theoretical framework in the paper, and some pretty straightforward predictions come out of it, which is if you think about a worker that's 1 year away from becoming fully vested in a 3-year quit plan, why might she quit before the 3rd employment anniversary? One is that the wage gain at the next job may be larger than the forfeiture amount. The second is that maybe she's not aware that she's not fully vested yet, or that she would forfeit some amount of money if she quit early. And the third is maybe it's just a non-pecuniary story. So she's unsatisfied with her job. She needs to relocate for geographic reasons. And so she's not making any kind of financial calculation about why she would want to quit at this point. And so we can assess number one using, again, those workers who transition between 2 different Vanguard plans. We can try to get a sense of the wage gain they realize from switching jobs. And we use a survey to elicit, try to get a sense of how knowledgeable participants are about their vesting rules. 3 is a little bit harder to get at, but that probably matters as well. We just can't really test for it directly. And so the job switcher sample here is, we'll start with that initial set of about 4.5 million separations that we discussed in the first few slides. And we find the subset who begin a job at a new Vanguard administered plan within 6 months of that separation date. So we're plausibly seeing the next job. And here are summary stats for that sample. It's about 66,000 observable job switches. And in line with the forfeiture rate here is a little bit lower than the 30% I quoted overall. It's about 24%. But you can see on average, all of these workers are earning wage gains at the new job. And so, all the annualized income gain at the new job, comparing the last year at their old job to the first year at the new job. These are generally positive numbers. The Atlanta-fed wage growth tracker puts that at like a 5 to 6% median amount in this period, and so the overall median lines up with that figure. And you can see that the workers with forfeitures, they do earn substantially larger wage gains in raw terms. So the median is 13% instead of 3.5%, and the means here are quite large because some of that is 2021, 2022 post-COVID job switching, and so there's some really large wage gains. Yeah.
It's a question on interpretation, Bo. So is a relevant comparison the wage gain relative to the forfeiture? It would seem like from a lifetime perspective, it would be the value of the lifetime earnings relative to the forfeiture, in which case this strengthens the case even further. Is that right?
Yeah, so that's a really good question, and this is discussed in a little more detail in the paper. But if you go back to the setup we had where a worker is 1 year away from a 3-year cliff, it depends on the assumption about the job offer. So if she's 1 year away from fully vesting and she gets a job offer, and that job offer will still be there a year from now, or she has a reasonable expectation she can get a similar job offer a year from now, then what she gains from quitting is exactly 1 year of a wage gain. And so that's what you should compare it to the forfeiture amount. If that job offer is not recurring, or it's once in a lifetime thing, and that's going to lock in 10 years of wage gains for her, then you should be comparing 10 years of wage gains to the forfeiture amount, and the forfeiture amount looks really small in that case. So that's an important part. Yeah. And within this sample, the median forfeiture as a share of income is 2.5, and the average is 4.3. And so we saw those raw differences to begin with. So if you estimate a simple regression here where the dependent variable is the proportional income gain at the new job, and the independent variable is whether you forfeited money at your old job. If you start out just controlling for separation here, you get a 10 percentage point difference. And if you add observable controls from left to right, you get that down to 2.5 percentage points. And so compare the 2.5 percentage points to the 4.3%, which is the average forfeiture amount in this sample. And so actually, on average, workers with forfeitures are not recouping the full forfeiture amount in that first year, that first annualized income gain, switching from the old job to the new job.
Do you have some idea of the location? Like, are they saving something either on taxes or housing costs when they switch jobs?
We do see location. We know we have to know participants' addresses for record-keeping purposes, so we could certainly think about that. And that would be a nice. You could think about local labor market tightness, or how many of these jobs are big geographic relocations versus not. That would be a nice thing to have. Yeah.
Is it obvious that I would want to control away the wage growth? Because I think that young workers have large wage growth, and now you remove it from the wage growth as an outcome variable, but you didn't control for it. You didn't net out age from the forfeiture amount and so forth. So I would have thought column 1 is where I would do the comparison to, rather than column 4, because I'm comparing the typical forfeiture amount with the typical wage gain.
Yeah. So I'm not quite sure if I'm following that, but
I thought you were saying that I should look at the small number in column 4,
yeah,
where there doesn't seem to be as much of a relationship between forfeiture as an indicator and the wage growth that I get.
Yeah.
And I would have thought, well, I should look at column 1 to, in a sense, compare the raw numbers and say, well, this is pretty, like, it's a large number rather than a small number.
Yeah, so I think both matter. Like, in raw terms, 10 percentage points is the difference. But if you want to say, there's another worker at my plan who's my age and has been there 1 year longer, so she's fully vested, but she's making the same job switch at the same point in her career. What does she earn when she switches jobs? And that comparison is getting to a counterfactual of what do job switchers with these observables typically earn when they switch jobs, and you can kind of assume that's maybe that option was available to the person with the forfeiture, but they're choosing to leave 1 year earlier. And so what is the extra compensation they're getting for leaving 1 year earlier? And that's the 2.5 percentage points. And last part that I'll go through quickly because I see I'm out of time is just generally, do participants know about and understand these vesting rules? And so we fielded a survey of 1,000. We randomly selected a group of about 100,000 participants to receive email invitations, and 1% responded, and that's unfortunately typical. So the sample size here is 1,000. And the headline number that I just want to leave you with is these overall numbers in the top right, which is among all 1,000 respondents, we give them a multiple choice question. What is the definition of a 401k vesting schedule? And about a third can answer that correctly. And then we ask, does your plan have a vesting schedule? And we know the answer to that question because we know which plan they belong to and what their tenure is. And again, only about a third can answer that correctly. And the plurality of respondents to that question, about 40-some%, is they just say, I don't know. We didn't force a response, so I don't know was an answer. And I'll leave it there because I see I'm a couple minutes over. So to wrap up, forfeitures are regressive. Those are the mechanical effects. They don't exert a retention effect, and informational frictions are part of the story. Thank you.
All right. I think you can hear me. Awesome. Thanks, everyone. So this is joint work with Petra Moser and NYU, and in this paper we study the productivity effects of hiring underrepresented talent. Specifically, we want to study what happened to the research productivity of US firms, and the sudden shortage of male labor during World War II forced them to start hiring women into their R&D teams. And so this work is motivated by the continuous underrepresentation of women in science, in STEM, and especially at the top. And we're going to study how changes in female representation map to changes in firm productivity, where one of the ways in which representation and productivity are linked is through talent allocation. So if firms are not considering the full pool of potential candidates for a job, they might more simply risk missing out on some of the best candidates. Now, these types of analysis come with obvious identification challenges, because firms that hire women who might simply be systematically different from firms that do not, and then a direct comparison is not going to necessarily inform a causal effect. In this paper, we're going to overcome this identification challenge by using an exogenous shift in female representation due to firms' exposure to the World War II draft. And our data show that during World War II, US firms hired 4 times as many women into their research teams that they did in any year before and most years after the end of the war. To put this empirical strategy into the works, we're going to study scientists' biographies. We're going to link almost 14,000 American scientists to information on their employers, on the job titles they held at those employers, their patents and publications. So those are going to be our 2 measures of productivity and their enlistment status. And then using these data, I'm going to show you 2 sets of main results. First, I'm going to show you that firms that were exposed to the draft, which here is going to mean that at least 1 male scientist and part of this firm enlists for effort. These firms are significantly more likely to hire women during World War II, but they had not been more likely to hire women before the war started. And then second, I'm going to show you that these firms that hired women experienced a significant increase in their research productivity, measured as publications per scientist, but we don't find an effect. And then in the last part of the talk, I'm going to show you evidence on 3 mechanisms that I think help explain these findings. First, I'm going to show you that female hires during World War II are very positively selected. Second, I'm going to show you that female hires during World War II work on research topics that are more novel to the firm than what comparable male hires do. And then third, I'm going to show you that in spite of this, female World War II hires tend to be misallocated across job types within the firm, which seems to diminish the productivity gains firms get from doing that. That's kind of everything in a nutshell. So let me now go into a little bit more detail and start with the data, unless there's a So I'll get into that a little bit more when I show you who these women were that were going into the firms, which shows that there is a bunch of women that kind of are at the sidelines. I think generally the 1930s are not necessarily a decade of equal labor market opportunities. All right. So we're going to study scientists' biographies. We observed those in a unique data set called the American Men of Science, which was originally collected by James McKean Cattell, who is kind of the first professor of psychology in the United States, and who collected these data for his own work on intelligence. James McKean Cattell was also the editor of the general interest journal Science for almost half a century, and he used that important position in the research community to make sure this data collection was as complete as possible. Typically when he was sending out surveys, people answered. And that's why, kind of in our view, this is the most complete picture of US science of the mid century, because it makes use of a vast array of differences. We have membership lists of all kinds of scientific organizations, membership lists of other types of societies, university catalogs, people who are publishing in journals, and even then they would repeatedly publish requests for omitted names in kind of science and popular science magazines. Now, for each scientist, we're going to observe a biographical snippet or kind of a mini CV. The example here is Juliana Tesoro. We're going to see a couple of times throughout the talk. And the first we take from each of these mini CVs is the full name, because that's what we're going to use to assign gender and to link people to their research output. We're also going to observe everyone's exact birthplace and birth date, which turns out to be really helpful if you want to match them to other data sets. And we also have kind of a text field that describes each scientist's research topics and research interests. We're going to use that first to assign people to fields. We're going to run text clustering on that, and then later on, when I show you something about research novelty, we're also going to be looking at those texts. And then the unique thing that we really like and use about this data here is that they give us information on scientists' career trajectories. So for Juliana Tesoro, we observed that she got her PhD in chemistry in 1943, and then took a job at a chemical firm, Richard Chemist. A couple of years later, she moves to a different firm and ultimately becomes the head of organic synthesis here. So that's the kind of data that we're going to analyze, because it allows us to also zoom into what was going on inside these firms.
About this is that we have the institution that's awarding the degrees. Yale strikes me as actually really unusual in this case, but because Yale was all male at that point. In economics, we have the case of Marina von Neumann, who actually didn't get a PhD from Princeton, but got her PhD from Rutgers. But being able to sort of look at the education trajectories and the role of, I would assume that the public universities are more likely to have been coeducational at this point. So if you will, the supply flow is something that you can do here. I'd be interested in where this woman's undergraduate degree was from, but that's anecdotal.
Yeah, no, that's right. So we will see that. I'm not going to focus much on universities, but you're going to see in a little bit that universities actually play an important role, because that's where a lot of women that firms hire come from. It's also where a lot of women who are employed by firms then go once the war is over. But we'll get to that in a moment. All right. But to study employers, we kind of have to do some data cleaning here. We're going to basically define and identify kind of unique and permanent company identifiers by linking them to the CRISP data. And then we're kind of going to use job titles to try and zoom in on what scientists were doing at these firms. There's a lot of different job titles. We ultimately put them into kind of 5 broad categories. But already just looking at the raw data, you can see some of the changes that the war brings, where with the start of World War II, a bunch of common job titles in science become more open to women, or where there's an increase in the share of women among these. But there's also a bunch of job titles, in particular in specialized engineering, that still remain close to female participation. Now, we take these biographies, we link them to additional data. Specifically, we're linking them to publications, which we take from Microsoft Academic Graph, and to patents, which we take from Google Patents. And kind of one thing I want to highlight here is, because we're talking about female scientists, there's a risk that some of them get married and might change their name. Actually, our data is quite unique in that it allows us to capture that, because we observe both birth and married names. So in the example here, Julianne Heller or Miss Stephen Prager, as she appears in our data, we're quite confident we have pretty good coverage here. There's a question in the room.
So I think it'd be interesting to take recent data, say since 1970 or 1980, and look at the changes in terms of gender fractions of new PhDs by field, because it's very uneven. You know, women dominate genetics research and medical research, medical chemistry research, and a bunch of things in terms of the flow. They're up to like 80%. And then in mathematics or theoretical physics, they're still very, it would be interesting to see if, when you look at this shock, we need women because the guys went to war. If in the 40s, they came into the fields that would predict, once we had a Civil Rights Act and an EEOC enforcement, that predicted where they came in later. connecting those two sets of entry fractions would be very interesting to add to this.
Absolutely. So kind of to foreshadow, one of the takeaways here is that we don't really see changes like that at the firm level because we don't really see that firms are learning that women are very productive. We have another paper we look at more at fields, we do see that there seems to be some longer run implications, and you can also think of fields like psychology that were kind of kickstarted around the 1940s, that this is where you really start seeing that there's structurally more women involved in these fields from this time period forward, but that's kind of an aside to today's talk. All right, and then we're also going to link scientists to enlistment records. We're going to take this from the U.S. National Archives. The way that we do is we have a bunch of the biographical characteristics we observe in our data that link to similar variables in the enlistment records. We're going to backdate them, and then we're going to have a 4-stage matching procedure that's going to allow us to get good matches here. We go through these different stages largely because there's a very, very large number of potential comparisons you would have to make. And really the clue here is just we're using fast heuristics to kind of narrow it down to a small set of high likelihood candidates to match, and then use more computationally intense ensemble algorithm to sort out within that narrow set, which we think gives us pretty good matches. Now, another kind of advantage of having these scientists linked to the enlistment records is that this also gives us access to the Army serial number. And Army serial numbers are super helpful because actually some of the digits encode additional information, for instance, about how scientists ended up in the Army, and which we're going to use to separate volunteers and drafted scientists. And we're going to show you that our results are robust to looking at both of these populations separately. All right. Now let me get a little bit more into the weeds of the analysis. We're going to ultimately want to study male enlistment as an instrument for female hires. And we see that as male scientists enlist in war effort, that is correlated with a large increase in female entries into science. When we take this to the firm level, we see that about 41% of firms in our sample are exposed to enlistment. What I want to highlight here is we have a relatively skewed firm size distribution. So most of what I'll be showing you today, enlistment is going to be a binary indicator for at least one scientist employed at the firm enlists. I think some of the tables I'll show you also have some continuous measures to show that that's robust. Question.
Yeah, so Bo, so just a question on the, I guess, the exclusion restriction. So I believe the basic story, but you're saying that if a firm is exposed to the draft, they lose a scientist, and losing a scientist is essentially the treatment. And you are ascribing anything that happens, as I understand it, to hiring a woman, but it could be that you're just hiring someone you otherwise would not have hired. So, or it could be other things as well. So I'm just wondering, number one is how are you going to sort of show that this is necessarily a woman effect versus hiring someone you otherwise wouldn't have hired? And then the second one is there a way you could use variation in supply to sort of pull that out? So you might imagine, I mean, you only hire someone if demand is there to meet supply, or simply supply is there to meet demand. It seems like you could say something or use information about the availability of female scientists in some geographical area to really pin down the woman effect per se from hiring an outsider effect. Does that make sense?
Sure. So I'm going to show you a bunch of tests and slides about these exclusion restrictions, and actually the slide starts with the question of why we think this is a useful source of exogenous variation. In particular, because of the things that you're talking about. I'm going to also going to show you a lot of subsample tests. We only look at incumbent scientists, repeat probability analysis within firms, which I think collectively address a lot of these concerns. But let's get back to that later when that's not the case. But you're absolutely right that we kind of want to make sure that this is useful as an instrument and as a source of exogenous variation. That's not kind of picking up anything else that might be different about these firms, such as openness to women or differences in productivity. So first, I'm simply going to show you that we compare firms that are exposed with firms that are not. We see that in terms of the share of women at these firms before the war and the number of women they are hiring in 1939. So this is 1939 data in the last year before the war. There's no significant difference. Also in terms of the research productivity, so we divide output by a number of individuals in the team, we don't see any significant differences. There's some differences in the other traits here that I'll get to in a moment. And another thing is that we also don't observe that there is a significant correlation between what scientists do in terms of the research discipline and the probability that they will enlist. So we predict this at the individual level. one exception here is somehow if you're an anthropologist, you're much more likely to enlist, but we don't really care because we only have 15 anthropologists in our data. But across the board, we don't see that seems to be driving individual level programs.
Is that enlistment or draft?
So this is enlistment of drafts and volunteers. I'm going to show the results separate by draft or volunteers later on. All right. What I do want to emphasize that, of course, there are some kind of mechanical things that are going on here, because enlistment exposure is naturally correlated with the way we've defined it. With if you have a larger team, it's more likely that one will enlist. If you have a younger team, it's more likely that someone will enlist. We're going to correct for these things in a number of different ways. We're always going to have some fixed effects that are going to absorb any level differences here. In the paper, we show results with control for that more flexibly. Also, for instance, in terms of age structure, I want to show you that we don't observe any significant correlation between age structure and pre-war, war, and future productivity. Simply just plotting the rentals of the formation distribution here, which kind of convinces that we're at a good point here. If we just look at the raw data, we can see that firms in which more scientists enlist, the hire more women. Some examples here at DuPont or at Ledele, where
Willkommen zu dem ersten Übungsblatt von Staat und Allokation. In dem ersten Übungsblatt werden wir uns mit den Hauptsätzen der Wohlfahrtsökonomie beschäftigen. Dazu gibt es zwei Aufgaben, die
SORA ends up, but the first real test I want to show you is you just simply put this in a two-way fixed effect product framework. We're going to compare female hires in firms that have at least one scientist who enlists in the war effort and firms that do not. We're going to do this in a very simple 1-0 binary treatment, 1939, the last year before the start of the draft, binary timing way. And then I'm going to show you the event study in a moment after answering this question.
So I just would, it seems like from the minute science data set, you could make your basically number of scientists of draft eligible age, like in pre-periods, and then just kind of, show that it doesn't matter for anything before the draft, and then it really only matters when there's a draft on, the composition of your scientist group.
Yeah, that's another version of that test. Agree with that.
Maybe there's something on the previous graph. I thought you were just tracing out in a sense firm size. Sure. And here is there a reason for why you don't use the variation of the count of male scientists that enlist and then use that as a continuous treatment rather than binary? Because on the previous graph you showed a scatter plot, and I was thinking 400 men, 40 women, 10 men, 1 woman. And
sure.
Yeah. So I would have thought what I need is some departure from something that's not size dependent.
Yeah.
Because you kind of
in the paper, we're going to have a couple of tests that look at more continuous exposure measures. Today, I'm simply going to show you these binary measures because in the end, that makes everything else pretty simple. And in that sense, kind of level differences in firm size are going to disappear in a firm fixed effect. And we can also control for everything more flexibly. We can also run additional tests with continuous exposure. In the end, we kind of get similar results. And that's where we're going to move to. So let me first show you that we compare female entry into firms that were exposed with firms that were not exposed. We do not see any differential trends in female hires before the war starts. But during the Second World War, these firms are much more likely to be hiring women. It's still few women that they hire, but relative to the small baseline, this is a kind of a large effect. If we aggregate to an average treatment effect in the treated firms, we see that it's about 140% increase in female hires. And here we can also see that is also as we look at the share of scientists enlisted as well. Now, looking at what that means for the population in US firms, we actually see that effectively that number doubles from 1939 to 1942, where it kind of plateaus afterwards. If you contrast that with the number of men, that keeps going up steadily. So if you put these two series together, you can see that the share of women among scientists and firms increases during the war, but a little bit going towards that. You can also see that it kind of converts back to those previous wars over. Now, another question that came up was kind of thinking about labor force participation of women in science in this time period. In general, one way to look at this here is to think about where did these female hires come from. We see that the largest share of women that are hired by these firms during the war, they were out of the labor force before. The second largest share of women that were employed in universities. We then look at where women that were employed by firms during the war go once the war is over. We see that about 1 in 5 women remains with the firm that employed them during the war. Actually, the largest share find employment in universities, typically a kind of lecturership or instructor position, which maybe is not surprising to think of this at the time of the GI Bill. And the one thing I really want to highlight is that the share of women who are leaving the labor force once the war is over is much lower than the share of women who are pulled into the labor force by the war starting. It's just that they end up working elsewhere. I don't know which of you is first.
When you talk about enlistment, is this enlistment to be infantry?
So this is going to involve, we don't have information on the Navy, but it's going to be Army and Air Force. And what we kind of see from the data about what scientists do is that it's all kinds of service. You have people that go to the trenches, you have people who look at weather radars over the Pacific.
Because a major thing, there was a procurement done by people who enlisted. I guess the question is like, during World War II, there was a lot of exemptions made for like, you could request that exemption to do for was being critical.
Yeah.
And the question about who would have been drafted as a scientist and why here, and it's like, I mean, the picture's not clear to me. I don't think it's the story of there are a lot of people doing political science who said, oh, I'd like to go, being that we could be army. And a lot of them may have been at Wright Patterson Air Force Base, kind of figuring out like who's going to fulfill various chemical contracts and stuff like that. In which case, like that would be a different story. We could have creating actual like capital, like the political capital for the firms.
Okay, so really one of the fits is the idea of who is an enlisted scientist, because these are not senior people. It's not you take the head of department and put them in the army. It's that you take out junior people who are just at the start of their career. 95% of them were in their 20s. These were people who had just finished their PhD. They were research assistants at the start of their career, which is also why firms are not bringing in women to replace some of them.
We're putting PhDs on the front line, so you're saying.
Some of them, yes.
It just be good to know.
I think I've got the facts right, and I think maybe this is an anecdotal way to make Andrew's point. They told Von Neumann and Ken Arrow to go to Rand. They didn't go to the army, and so even among the people who were young at that time, they might have made a very strategic decision about who we keep here to do research and, and if they were taking the very best and saying you stay, and then they were taking the guys that weren't great scientists and saying you go storm the beaches. You'd like to know something about patenting rates or publications of the people who stayed and the people who were drafted and the people who were assigned, just to make sure that we're not getting the young guys that didn't look promising as scientists and, oh, you go man the machine gun.
Right. So, okay, we're not going to look at the people enlisted in their productivity if and when they return. That's a story for another paper, I think. I'm going to show you in a bunch of slides that were going to basically take out firms that were engaged in research that was particularly relevant to the war effort or to fields that were particularly important for U.S. government R&D funding during the war, and results from through if we exclude those. And then I'm also going to show you that the results hold when we only look at the research productivity of the scientists, or they call incumbent scientists, who stayed, who were already at these firms when the war started, and who stayed, even they become more productive in the firms that were with women relative to the firms where they don't. Another question?
You kind of answered my question, but is it just that there was let me say it anyway. Is it just that, should we think of this as a misallocation story where there was a misallocation of talent and women were out of the labor force, now you got it in and everyone Is that the idea?
Kind of. With a caveat that I'm going to show you at the end is that this mass allocation doesn't only exist between firms, it also seems to exist within firms, and that puts a lid on the productivity gains you can realize. And that's, I think, also part of firms not learning, which you might have your own interpretation. All right, let me make some progress. When I say out of the labor force, it's really kind of most of the people who are out of the labor force, you've either been drawn in or they're leaving again. These are either women who are engaged in childcare, who can judge from when they have their children or that they have children, or women who are attending college. All right, but now let me move a little bit into the space of thinking about productivity. And in particular, we're going to be thinking about productivity as part of the spillover, because women were extremely underrepresented at this point in time, and with some evidence, some of which I'm going to show you, that the women that made it into science were very positively selected. We're also going to test that these women seem to, whether these women were kind of providing diverse perspectives, which might have also been helpful to innovation. But of course, that can create spillovers. Of course, we're now also competing with the men. So we're going to test to what extent there are productivity effects. We're going to look at publications and patents. We're going to have everything divided by team size to kind of take out size effects. And we're going to start by, again, running very simple fixed effect event studies. I'm going to show you the IV in the next step. And we're here now, we're going to compare the research productivity of research teams at firms that hired at least one woman with firms that did not hire around the start of the war. Ben has another question.
You tricked me with the D. I would have thought that D here would be the same instrument you had before, which is a man gets enlisted. And then the channel with an exclusion restriction would be, you might get sometimes replaced, sometimes not, but here it's now, I hire someone specific.
Yes.
So there's a...
I'm going to show you this eventually. What you're talking about is basically, I think, the reduced form of the idea. I'm going to show you afterwards.
Yeah, I would have expected here to be the same reduced form effect, and then I can overlay the probability of hiring a woman and can relate the two. But I thought the exogenous event would be someone gets pulled out of the team due to enlistment.
Sure. That's also an estimate you're going to see, and that is the paper. This is just the OLS.
Because then the counterfactual would be, what if I hire anyone, such as a man, and we might always do better if we hire someone. Here it happens to be a woman.
Yeah. Right. So, yeah, and so when we look at research productivity measured as publications per scientist, we again see that there's no differential trends between firms that are going to hire a woman during the war and firms that are not. But the firms that do hire women, they become significantly more productive in terms of publications per scientist during and after the war. The magnitude is about one additional paper per year for every 11 scientists you have. When we look at patenting, we again see that there's no differential trend between these firms before the war starts. There's actually also no differential trend during or after the war. This is a pretty precise zero effect. Yeah. About 1 in 5 stays with them. Sure. I think it's, so that's not something that we're studying here. I think generally kind of you are, now that the labor supply of young men goes down, you are branching out into different subpopulations. Yeah. All right. Great. This kind of holds true. We size the sample in a couple of different ways. So if we exclude the war years or what I've already foreshadowed, we only look at incumbent scientists who are already at these firms. We see that they become more productive in terms of publications per scientist, and we don't see any effect on patenting in these subsample analyses either. But now let me move on kind of to thinking about this in an IV framework, because of course there's still a question of selection. Did women increase productivity, or did more productive firms hire women? So we're going to use enlistment as an instrument for hiring women here. And as Bo already asked, this is of course only identified under an exclusion restriction. That productivity can only be affected by enlistment through the likelihood of hiring women. There cannot be other direct or indirect effects of enlistment on productivity. We do a bunch of different tests here. I've already shown you that there's no structural correlation between the research field the scientist is in and the productivity that they enlist. Another thing that we've already touched upon is that the US government became very interested in certain types of corporate R&D during the war. I think of nuclear physics or radiology. We're going to tackle that by basically taken data from our other paper where we link scientists with their affiliations with government contract organizations, aggregate that at the field and firm level to see particularly war-relevant research teams. And first of all, show that there's no significant correlation between enlistment and this type of firm enlistment exposure and this type of engagement, but results are also robust to dropping the most, or the firms that were particularly engaged in this war-relevant kind of research. So in one test, we're going to exclude every firm that where the majority of scientists work in war-relevant research, and another, we're going to drop every firm where at least a quarter of them works. Andy.
So one of the hallmarks of World War II is that like the firms that got involved weren't necessarily like things you would have, they weren't doing things necessarily would have pigeonholed as being more relevant going into the war. And something like a course classification like this could actually still leave in a lot of people who are getting more contracts with the remaining sample. There's a lot of data out there about who was contracting with the war, and it would be great to drop all firms that have any sort of contract at all.
Yeah, I think
not just the ones that are most related, because you know, if you're using something like this binary instrument, or even like if you're looking at firms that decided it was important to scale up despite people losing people, it'd be really good to know if this is simultaneously these are firms that are getting resources to do research.
Another kind of related test is that I think some firms, and I think that's part of what you're talking about, some firms might have simply been running particularly hot during the war because they were more affected by demand surges. So we're going to kind of, we identify 19 firms in our data where we see that they really grew their research stuff during the war, but they reduced it afterwards. When we look at what these firms do, it's typically firms that really produce goods that directly were sold to the military, and we're excluding those firms as well. Now, of course, enlistment may trigger changes in the size or age composition of research teams. As I said before, really want you to keep in mind that the scientists that are drafted are not seniors, they're not head of departments, they're young research assistants who just started their career and are replaced by women. We're always going to have fixed effects. And in the paper, we also show that this is robust to controlling for it more flexibly. And another kind of thing is we're thinking that a lot of this might be about denominator effects. I think that doesn't explain what we only observe an increase in research productivity in the research functions that are close to the job titles that women move into and not in engineering or patenting titles where women are not going to be in. And also everything is robust to only looking at incumbents who are already at the firm when the war started. All right, so let me just show you these. So the estimates, we again find that there's a large positive effect on productivity in terms of publishing per scientist, quite a bit larger than the OLS effect actually, and we don't find an effect on patenting there.
So is there a parallel literature on what firms want? I can imagine that, you know, we want patents, it's a prestige thing if you publish, and we also want you to talk well to the engineers so they can implement the new ideas. And you can imagine a world where they care more about the last one than they do about the publications. And so from the firm's standpoint, this is just evidence that they had it right all along. That, you know, the people they had to hire were doing things that they didn't value, might be valuable for society, but they didn't value the publications. They would have rather people spent more time doing things that earned a direct private return for the firm. Is there previous literature about what firms get out of different scientific activities?
So, okay, I can't speak directly to that. I think, like, generally, when you think of these firms, there's a lot of firms that are in chemistry, that are in pharmaceutical, which are firms that I think back then and to this day are doing some part of basic research or doing research that ends up being published to support their further commercialization efforts down the road. I think a little bit, the test that speaks most to what you're asking is when we talk a little bit about mechanisms and job title differences within the firm, I'm going to show you how kind of how women were working in research libraries to support male research staff that was effectively looking for information on the knowledge frontier, which I think is one of the ways that this works. But I think that's a good framework to think about. Other question.
Could I ask a question about the previous table? Like the main result would be column 4 versus 1, and the effect is much smaller for the IV. I would have expected almost the OLS to be larger. There are some firms that hire women, they also get the benefit. On top of that, I would have thought, well, it's a positive correlation, you're higher and you're more productive, kind of it goes hand in hand. But then the IV effect is a causal effect. So in a sense, the people who OLS hire women accidentally or because garden variety firm growth, they should get the causal effect. And on top of that, there should be some smaller there.
I mean, I think so. Okay, my reading of the table is a little bit more that the firms that are compliers in ROV setting, those are the ones that need to bring in people and that put them in these positions and they get a productivity effect. Whereas if we pool all sources of variation that shift female hires, we're also going to end up with a bunch of firms that maybe have different ex-ante beliefs about female productivity or we'll place them in job roles where that really doesn't.
They might also get a benefit. So the firms, the compliers lose a man involuntarily. That should be negative. They have to replace it with a woman. They get the positive effect. The net effect is IV effect. The OLS, you don't lose a man. You bring in a woman. You should always also get the positive effect of having a more diverse team. But the effect is smaller for OLS. They should.
Sure, but that's aggregated. And here, think about a way to getting that up more. I think we'll have another question, but then I'm going to move on to.
Yes, sorry, I don't want to harp on it, but I guess suppose the story was that if I lose a worker because of a draft, I have to hire someone else. I'm either going to hire a woman or I'm going to hire a foreigner, let's say. 60% of the new hires happen to be women, 40% happen to be from overseas. You have a strong first stage and you'll find this effect. I'm not saying this is happening, but it could be that there's a strong foreigner effect on productivity. How your IV would basically pick that up. I want to get a sense of whether you can dig a little bit deeper to shed light on that. Does that make sense? Because I think you
kind of want to control you're going to hire somebody new probably. What share of those new people hired are women versus other types of people, right? And you could do an exposure test where the firms who hired somebody but hired 0 new women, you might expect to see 0 of these effects. The firms who hired new people, the same number of people, but all of them were women, you'd expect to see the largest effects, right? And you could interpolate between those.
So okay. So
if the story is
something that's close to that, I think we're effectively just going to control for how many scientists they have in each year. So if you are experiencing a reduction in team or you're bringing people in to change that, that's going to condition on some of that, but maybe we can talk later. I'm sure there are some more things we can do. Let me use the last 6 minutes that I see in David's clock to kind of show you a little bit more evidence on what we think are mechanisms here. Just a couple of robustness tests. We kind of see things run through when we exclude volunteers, when we only look at incumbents. We also have an analysis where we repeat kind of the same exercise within firms, because some of the largest firms that we observe, we can effectively split scientists into people working on the same field in the same firm, which we define as a research team in our repeater analysis this way, effectively kind of looking at these research teams within firms. This is just the same correlation at the department level. And here as well, we can kind of run our reduced form tests, see that research teams that were exposed to enlistment relative to other teams in the set or even just within the same firm are hiring more women. And we also see they become more productive. I'm just showing you a pool estimate here in the pick. We also do the SPY firm, which we can split up into teams, and that kind of brings us consistent results of an increase in publications, not in patents. And then let me talk a little bit about the mechanisms, because I think that's also where a lot of the interesting comments here are coming from. And one of the things I want to highlight is that we think there's kind of a misallocation of talent that's going on within firms, because even if firms are hiring women, they end up putting them into sex-type position. And one of the things we see, so an example here, this is an image from the Manhattan Project Scientific Library. If you were a scientist who was trying to understand the frontier of your field in the 1940s, you couldn't go to the internet, you went to your firm's library to understand what's published in new journals, and that is where women would work. In this particular environment, they would be research librarians, and that's, I think, also where they were supporting publication processes. In fact, when we look at the share of scientists who have a librarian title, that's almost exclusively women. And that share, for instance, is it's much higher than when we look at things like the share of women among executives or scientists in leadership position at these firms, which increases a little bit around this time, but really not quite as much as the overall share of women in research staff roles does. I'm going to go a little bit to the end, but we can talk later. Kind of another way to think about these misallocation within the firm problems and this difference across hierarchy levels is we can also kind of look and run kind of promotion regressions, or whether women are similarly rewarded to being productive as men are. where we're going to look at the subset of scientists who are at the same firm in multiple years, and we can kind of condition on their research performance, their tenure, their experience, and a bunch of fixed effects. We're going to see that women, relative to comparable male scientists, are almost 37% less likely to be promoted to an executive role, and really patenting, which women don't seem to be very engaged with, or women seem to be staying away from the job titles like specialized engineering that are closer to patenting rather than publishing, seems to be the promotable task here. Another thing I want to show you in the last couple of moments is women that are hired at US firms here, they are very positively selected, in particular in a time where some of the criteria we're going to use for selection are very hard for them to obtain. So women are much more likely to, or significantly more likely to have PhDs when they start the job. They're also more likely to have elite education. They also seem to internalize the career cost of children by quite a bit. And then kind of the last empirical test we're going to do is to think a little bit more about, well, what were these women working on, and to think about whether there is kind of a novelty of research angle here. To do that, we're going to use the text that describes each scientist's research interest, stack that at the firm level to kind of define a firm level knowledge frontier in meaning space, and look at how far scientists were away from that. We're going to look at embeddings because those capture differences in meaning to sort of work on textile chemicals, which is something that's in meaning similar to dye stuff, but a really very different word. That's the advantage of using this measure. We're going to have different ways of comparing that. We're going to do that by aggregating the text of all of the scientists who work at a firm into a firm-specific kind of meaning frontier. The example here is later, this kind of word cloud of what everyone was working on there. And then we're going to look at simply cosine similarity between what did people at the firm already do and what did people do who were hired at the firm during the war. Maybe the one notion to kind of dwell on here for a second is that I'm going to talk about this being high novelty. Of course, you could also argue that, well, if you're not very novel, you're not very close to what the firm already does, you're kind of low fit. So maybe you want to keep that in mind. But when we look at the distribution of male hires during World War II in terms of how close they were to what the firm does, this is kind of what you see. And then if you look at the female hires, you just see that that distribution is slightly shifted to the right, and they were kind of further away from what the firm did already. A couple of examples here for instance, female hires that were more on the high research fit end of the spectrum, and a couple of female hires that were on what I'm going to call the high novelty end of this different spectrum. But what we see is that basically at every percentile, the women were doing research that was, in our words, more novel to what the firm already did than what comparable male hires did. That kind of holds true also if we condition a bunch of fixed effects. If we compare within the same firm, of the same age in the same field, we see that women are working on significantly different topics. I have like the very last exhibit I have is kind of where we're racing these things a little bit against each other by defining slightly different variations of the same binary treatment, where we see that fit seems to be more important than novelty, but really what's kind of striking through and the main driver of the productivity effect seems to be the positive selection, at least proxied by having a PhD degree already. That's basically it. So let me just briefly conclude in my last 5 seconds that I may demand from David here, thanks. So we look at how the excess demand for scientists posed by male enlistment in the war effort pulled women into US firms. We show that firms that were exposed to the draft hire significantly more women. About 1 in 5 female hires stay with these firms after the war. Exposure to women increased the research productivity of male scientists, but only in terms of publication, which is the scientific activity that's closer to the job title in which women are engaged. And an important kind of part of the puzzle of explaining these findings seems to be generally this kind of talent, what we're going to call talent allocation within the firm, so that women only gain access to certain job titles, that even if they perform well, they're not promoted, and that in some way, even though there are positive spillovers, puts a lid on the amount of productivity gains you get from. Thanks so much, everyone, for your comments. I'm happy to hear further questions.
Okay, so we've used up all 20 minutes of our 20-minute break, so we're going to take a 9-minute break.
哎呦呦呦！ Transport.
That's working now. I'm working now. It's working. Perfect. Great. Okay, well, thank you very much. Thank you, David, for putting this on the program. So this is joint work with Abby, who's here, and three others who are, including Alessandra, I think, might be online. The other two are in Europe. The disclosure on this is our work rather than the Fed's responsibility or the Fed's view. So this is, I've got 25 minutes. I'll make a super simple point, but I think it's an important point. Here's what we know about migration at the moment, or here's the kind of standard story about migration that's happened in the last 40 years. The story is you had this sharp decline in migration that's happened since the mid-70s. The picture I'm showing you here is a picture for married men. Now, what we know is there's now literature going on saying, well, actually, it's harder to coordinate for married men than it used to be, changes in female labor supply and so on. There's a bunch of literature which is trying to explain that decline. What we're interested in is this decline.
And what this decline is, this is a decline in the mobility rates. This is moving interstate. This is a decline in the mobility rates for divorced men. And what I want to take from this is, because it's sharp, because in the start of the 70s, mid-70s, there's a huge difference between the mobility of divorced and married men. And over time, what we see happening is you see this convergence, so that by the time we get to 2000s, you see that the divorced men and married men are very similar. The question we want to get at is, what's driving this? What's driving this change? Now, there's a whole bunch of changes in what it means to be divorced over this period. We're going to focus on one of these. So there are changes in the default divorce, changes in the asset allocation. Those have happened a bit earlier, but we want to focus on what's the change in a joint custody arrangement. I'm a bit clear in a little while about exactly what I mean by the change in the law. But what it really means is that the movement is where mothers have custody of children after divorce, is where there's split custody between the father and the mother. What I'm showing you here is the adoption of joint custody as a legal possibility across different stages of time. You see down here on the bottom left, we've got 1974 with the New Hampshire, so the first state was adopted. Up here we've got Arkansas, 2010, and then the last state was adopted. So what we're trying to get at is how much of the change in joint custody arrangement can explain that sharp decline we saw in terms of the mobility rate of divorce men. That's the paper. As I said, it's a simple paper, simple point. Okay. So does joint custody reduce migration? I'm going to give a kind of simple framework. We're not putting forward a model. It's a fairly kind of reduced form paper. I want to do a little simple framework to think a little bit about what's going on here. And then I want to give different bits of empirical evidence on the impact of joint custody on migration. We started out with a super ambitious agenda for this project. It got smaller and smaller as we realized the data was actually right. So I'm going to give you different bits of data, some of it descriptive, some of it more causal, some of it we collected ourselves, trying to piece together a story to explain what we think is going on. So I'm going to give you a little bit on, well, bulk of the talk to me is empirical impact of joint custody migration, and then at the end, I'm going to talk a little bit about some additional economic impacts of hours of work and wages. One thing I should stress is I'm going to do this both for men and for women. So the picture I showed you before was for men, the decline was for men. For women, there's basically been very similar degrees of mobility, whether they were divorced or single or married across the whole period. So so in some sense, there's been a decline from mobility of women that's happened, but it's been very similar whether they were married or divorced. Okay. So this is the plan. Quick bit of institutional context, a little bit of framework, main bit on the impact of the custody, and then a little bit on the additional impacts. Okay. So by joint custody, let me be explicit about what I mean. So joint custody is a legal provision. I think this kind of matters for how we think about what's going on. It's a legal provision that both parents have responsibility and decision-making power over key choices. The key aspect of joint custody in what we're talking about here is it doesn't mean it's necessarily equal division of time. Okay? So this is not saying you're actually moving towards having equal division or equal physical custody. This is about legal responsibility. So in that sense, it's kind of milder than we might expect with the physical allocation of time being equal, which tends to come much later. What we kind of think it's doing is it's going to bring in these frictions in moving. It's been bringing frictions in moving part of the negotiations that need to take place because you've got this joint responsibility. What I want to do is I want to show you some descriptive of what that's done in time allocation. So I'm going to do this is an example. Just clarify the question on joint custody. Let's say I'm getting divorced and I don't want to. Do I have to take it? I mean, when you say it's a friction, that implies that you can't avoid it. Whereas I would think it's more a decision about. So let me be clear. So you don't have to take joint custody. You can turn it down. When I mean friction, I mean if you're in the world of joint custody, it's harder to negotiate and move with decisions, to make different decisions you might want to make in life. So if I thought about a decision, if you have joint custody and you want to move away, you have to then negotiate with your ex-partner about what's going to happen. And sometimes that could be a bit of a you have to exercise that option? I guess that's what I'm trying to clarify. You can give up the joint custody. It's not really, right? Because it's totally, you can take it if you want it. Well, okay, so what I would mean by friction is something which makes it more costly than what I want.
I think, let me give my response to David.
Thank you.
But before joint custody was common, there were very few men that had this asset that was valuable to them. Now, when the law changes, a bunch of men who wouldn't have been given the option of joint custody in the past, and now they have it. But I think in a lot of states, if you want to keep it, you have to agree not to move. And so it's an ex post rent created by the new legal system that is protected by being immobile. And I think that's the way I would describe the mechanism. But I hope that was helpful.
Sorry, I'll start off with this. It's like you right. So it's an asset that gives off quasi-tax, right? But you don't want to forfeit it. And previously, you didn't have that asset. That's true, except that there are some states where you can still move and still maintain responsibility. So it's not that it's kind of like shuts down your ability to move people. Okay, let me shift a bit. So I'm just going to show you a little bit about what differences make to time allocations of men. We did this just in a survey we ran last summer. Details might come out a bit later, but I'll just give you the headline ideas of what's happening. So we're asking separated men and women the following question. So please think about how you and your ex-partner split childcare duties, like dropping off children at school and so on, and how you split your leisure time with your joint children. On a scale of 0 to 100, how do you split these activities with your ex-partner? What I'm showing you here in the solid blue line is, these are CDS. So the solid blue line is how that split, this is childcare. How does that split look like if you've got joint custody? And the red line is what does it look like if you've got maternal custody? And suppose the kind of highlight I want to kind of draw from that is the big shift that the change in custody regime makes to the allocation of time. If you've got maternal custody, you've got it's only 20% of people, only 20% of men are doing this half of childcare. That falls here to about 50%. So you get a substantial shift in who's actually providing childcare alongside the custody regime. Of course, this custody regime here, this is like an outcome. There's going to be a whole bunch of selections. It's just a description. But to say, does the regime matter? Or is taking this picture of the regime matters? The other picture here is one of the leisure with children. I'm putting this in just to say that there's a bigger impact on leisure with children than there is in childcare. So men are, when we get joint custody, the amount of extra time they get leisure with their children goes up more than it's by childcare. But what I really take from this is this kind of, what I'm looking at is really kind of real difference in behavior that you see as a result of joint custody, and which we kind of made us think kind of face here, which will be some impact of the joint custody of the
And role for some custody is increasing over this time period as well, but if there's still so little of it, if it doesn't bring your survey, or do you feel they exclude those people, or if you don't?
That's the short answer. Okay, so let me just give a little bit about a framework. I'm just going to put this one slide and I'll skip the rest because I'm going to see I'm going to be short. Okay, so if I think about a framework of what's going on, just one slide on this. We've got two different regimes. We've got maternal custody regime and joint custody regime, and we've got these choices of men and women. If we just think, what are the benefits of co-location? Benefits of co-location, well, in some ways, the benefit of men of co-location is to get utility benefit for men of being more in contact with the child. What's the utility benefit for women if there's some sort of shared care, if it's maybe easier for them to work in the labour market, and maybe there's some sort of task sharing? And what we see happening with the joint custody, we expect both the utility benefit for men to go up, and also the benefit for women in terms of task sharing, we also expect that's going to go up. So both those things are going to increase, changes your incentive to move. It reduces your incentive to move, and but it also may change your business agreement because you've got this friction involved. But what I want you to think about what's going on is when you think about this has changed the incentives both for men and for women. And we can think about in the data, how does differentially impact men versus women? I'm going to skip this. I'm just going to go to the core bits of the data. So, as I said, there's no kind of ideal data source for what we want to do. And the reason for that is because we want the regime at the time divorce took place. And we also want the current residents, and we want the residents at the pre-divorce. Now,
We also want exogenous variation in regime. So basically, a kind of panel data, which has got all these different components to it, which just doesn't exist. So I'm going to show you bits of evidence from these 3 different sources. So one bit, which is basically giving us cross-sectional evidence, is from the CPS, using the ASEC and the topical supplements. Basically, there we've got information about migration. Do you live in the same state as your ex-partner? I mean, the information about custody, but we don't have anything about history. We've got this prolific survey which we ran, as I said, which we ran last year, which I can talk a little bit about. And I've got some information on the PSID. The PSID, we're going to use the staggered adoption of the legal custody regime as our identification. Okay. So in the CPS, I'm just going to run this sort of regression where I've got the custodial, what what's happening. The custodial mothers are asked if the father's in the same state. Okay? So this is why it's interesting. And there's joint legal custody, and so what we're going to run is a regression, which is left-hand side is just are you in the same state, and right-hand side we've got a dummy for is do you have joint custody or not, and then we've got a bunch of other controls. The caveat and kind of brackets, as I say, is we only know the state of residence at the time of interview. We don't know what sort of mobilities happen leading to that point, so we can't really say much about mobility. We can just say are they living, are they co-located? So are they getting the benefits of that co-location decision? If I run that regression, what I get is that essentially, if you report you've got joint legal custody, the probability of being in the same state is about 10 percentage points higher. And this is off a dependent variable about 0.75, so you can see it's 10, 11 percentage points. This is substantial effects on your probability of being in the same state if you're in a joint legal custody regime. Okay. Of course, you're all sitting there thinking this is endogenous, etc., etc. Yeah, which I'm. Okay, thank you. I should have given you another minute to say that, shouldn't I? So of course, this is going to be endogenous. Of course, we don't want it to be endogenous. We want to think about what we can do. That's why we do these 2 different things. So I'm going to show you a little bit with our own data. The reason why our own data is quite helpful here is that we ask individuals questions about what their current expectations of moving are under the existing regime they've got. And we also ask them counterfactually what would they do if they're in a different regime. So what it allows us to do is it allows us to use the within-person difference. So in that sense, it's a bit like we've got exogenous variation to the extent that we think the counterfactual is going to be absolutely correct. So that's one thing we do with the own data, and the other one is the staggered authorization of legal custody across the US states with the PSID. Okay. So this is just the survey which we ran ourselves basically last summer with basic current expectations. So we were asking individuals, first of all, on a likelihood scale of 0 to 100 that you'd move state in the next 3 years. And then we asked the counterfactual expectation. So what counterfactual people got depended on whether they were currently in joint custody or currently in maternal custody. So for instance, if they're in joint custody at the moment, we were asking, imagine a scenario where only maternal sole legal custody was possible from the start of your separation. This means that if you're the mother of your children, you would have exclusive right to make decisions about your child. And then we say, what's the probability you'd move state in the next 3 years? So again, so we've got the same individual being asked 2 questions, and we can look at that within person variation within individual capacity. So I'm going to show you what the responses to that look like. So again, this is basically what's the expectation of movement. So here, again, I'm showing the CDF. So and this is the subjective probability to move state on the x-axis here. This is the CDF. The dashed red line here is the maternal custody case. The joint custody is a sort of blue line. What it shows us is that across whatever, clearly we've got first of all stochastic dominance here, whatever level of we're talking about for that subjective probability to move, there's less people who are going to move if they're in joint custody, if they're in maternal custody. So what we think of this actually to us, well, first of all, we think it's kind of reassuring about the quality of the survey and the responses, but also just in terms of making the point that across the whole distribution, we've got this this impact on the mobility probabilities. Yeah.
If I were to take the unconditional kind of mean of this, would the subjective probability to move state be very high, unrealistically high? It's only 38% or 35% say 0, and then a lot of them go. I mean, that's the issue with surveys I get about probabilities. Are you using it as an example for reliability of the survey?
completely. I think that, so one way to say is what's the median person doing? So the median person here under the joint custody regime is about a 20% chance of moving, which is higher than we see actually happening in practice. So it's slightly higher, it's not wildly higher. Okay, but it is high, so there is that.
It seems like if you want the stronger test of the claim you made a minute ago, you should show us the CDF of the within person differences. Okay.
This is the one by gender. So this is by, if I think now what I'm doing is essentially doing this by gender. So now I can think on the left-hand side, I've got here the fractions who believe they're going to move more with joint custody or they move less with joint custody. The way to think about this is comparing the men's numbers. What fractions are going to move more with joint custody, move less? It's clear that a much higher fraction of people think they're going to move less with joint custody. And actually for women, they're also saying they think they're going to be more likely to move. Sorry, the wrong way around. But men are saying they're less likely to move if they've got joint custody, and women are also saying they're less likely to move if they've got joint custody. So I could have shown you the complete CDFs. This is giving the same information. Okay, great. Fine, so let me now just turn to the PSID. So what I want to take from this so far is we have got this evidence within individuals about what's actually going on with the difference that the regime makes. What we do with PSID is as follows. So we need the regime at the time of divorce. The PSID works here because we're following people since the divorce. We can tell what their regime was at the time of the divorce. What we don't know is we don't know the actual regime that was agreed at by the time of divorce. All we know is the regime, the potential regime in the state they lived at the time of divorce. So that's the sense in which what we're doing is an intention to treat. We know it's the state, we're using state adoption directly. And our sample is a sample of parents who separate at some point. I think one thing which is kind of pretty interesting about thinking about these set of issues is when I showed you that picture about when the law changed, you can see the law was changing through the kind of later on the 70s, through the 1980s, to the start of the 1990s. And so our identification is essentially coming from variation around that sort of time and how what behavior we're observing. If I think about our survey, it's much more recent, obviously it was last year. And so the regime, the kind of economy and the environment is very different. In particular, women's labor supply behavior is very different than it was when these regimes were changing. So that's the caveat when I say the time period when women's labor force participation was lower, means that this is slightly harder to compare to the previous case. Okay, what I'm going to do is, this is just saying that the left-hand side variable is you're moving, you've got a joint custody authorization, it's basically a two-way fixed effect estimate. Okay. So first column here, this is our two-way fixed effect. So what basically, as I said, this is the staggered adoption of the regime change. So we get this coefficient for men of about 0.13. This is the percentage points, so 13% decline in mobility. You can see for women, there's no actual decline in mobility. So we're finding no effect on women that's going on. In terms of the magnitudes, the magnitude that we're finding here, if I think about that difference in the first picture, the magnitude we're finding here basically closes that difference. Okay? So in some sense, we're kind of a bit concerned it's almost too big. It's almost too big because it feels like we can't really explain the whole of the class in the mobility for divorced men. But what I take from this is that this is a sizable thing that's going on. There's a sizable change in opportunities for men to move because they've now got this alternative of joint childcare. And you can see for women there's no actual significant difference. We do the time robustness using the Woolridge approach because in our data in the States, at some point every state has been treated. So we have to use rather than using the controls which are where it's not treated at that point, we're using controls who've not been treated yet.
Should I be surprised by the fact that women don't have a response because they now also have this anchor, which are the men whom they need to negotiate before they have free mobility in a sense, that the maternal custody was the benchmark?
So we're a bit surprised. I guess we weren't totally surprised because the level of mobility is lower for women than it is for men, but we were a bit surprised. In terms of our models, we're coming out saying that we should be doing. Okay.
I feel like I'm in Chicago and have to ask this. What is the Costian film?
So Costian, what's interesting about this is, if this was monetary transfers, then I think it's all fine. Because monetary transfers, you can live anywhere and you can transfer your resources back. I think what's interesting about this is, if you actually want your, so this is a start of an answer. If I want to think about time allocation, I have to live close by in order to carry out that time allocation. So then, in that sense, I can see why there's a difference between a straight monetary transfer and a time transfer. Okay. The broader cost question you're asking is why isn't the money transferred to compensate for the move, and why didn't it happen before this was the case? And I think that must come back to some kind of difficulty of negotiations in these situations. I mean, we're talking about why doesn't the Costian fail? It fails because of costs of negotiation, costs of bargaining. If I think about bargaining between divorced couples, within divorced couple, I think that must be a situation where we expect it to be a coast is going to break down because of that.
So there's an old paper in Jolly by Bob Willis and Yoram Weiss on the idea that there is a hidden action problem, and that without the legal apparatus of joint custody and what goes with it, the transfers are problematic because you agree on how they're going to be spent, like for the child, but you can't, without the legal protections, you can't monitor to make sure that they actually work. You know, I'm just saying, if you found that, it's in the 90s, it's in Jolly, and if you found that paper, you could at least look at the literature that thinks they have an answer to Kevin.
It's true. There's also a paper by Thibo Finn, which does something a bit similar, which looks at how much negotiation is also after divorce. The last one, say, I've got 2 minutes left, 1 minute 50, is that this is being driven by the high educated. That's the last one I want to stress by this stuff. This is really a result by the high educated. It's the high educated who've got these sharp declines in mobility, and they've got the sharp rise in the use of joint custody. So this is really a story about the high educated group. Okay. Last thing I want to do is just show you what happens to the additional impacts on wages and employment. So sometimes we might think that what's actually going on, we've got this kind of change in child custody. I shall show you one bit on impacts on wages and employment. So this is, again, just splitting up, but this is using our own survey again. And I want to show you the PSID in the next slide. So this is showing you what happens. So this is who believes they're going to work more with joint custody and who believes they're going to work less. What I want to take from this, in the self-reports, you can see that for men, essentially, there's no difference in how much they think they're going to work. For women, there's a little bit of evidence here that they think they're going to work more. And we think that's where there's a kind of sharing of tasks which happens with joint custody, which enables women to work more. So that's what we think is that kind of suggestive evidence from this within individual capacity. And then the final thing, we do the same thing using PSID, but we use a different left-hand side. So essentially here, we're just looking at annual hours on the left-hand graph, and then here we're looking at wages. And we can see this is just the coefficient from the regression of the different. So here we're showing you can see basically for men, there's no difference in how many hours they're working, and there's no difference in the wages they receive. What we take this to say is there is evidence that women are actually working more, and the wages have gone up. So one takeaway from this, a positive takeaway from that would be, by counting second quarter joint custody, men are spending more time with their children. They're not moving as much. Women have got higher wages and higher hours. This is not a welfare statement. This is just a statement about what we're kind of observing. I think that we're super careful because we don't know whether, for instance, the increase in wages and hours that are happening for women is because they've got reductions in the child support which is going on. I'm not going to talk about that yet.
So if joint custody facilitates payment of child support, like there's a lot of child support that's not paid, and joint custody gives a lot more negotiating leverage to the other spouse.
So I think that I've got 40 seconds. I'll give you a 20-second answer. In the law, in the court, notionally, the more you see your child, the less you should be paying. Okay, so it should be downward sloping at the time. In practice, it's upward sloping. So that's exactly what you're kind of getting at. We don't. That's put that to one side, but yeah, there's a bunch of enforcement things in the background. Okay, so just to conclude, what we're going to take from this. So we observe this reduced mobility for divorced men over time, this big kind of substantial collapse in mobility, particularly compared to married men. And we think that that's the kind of key fact that we should be able to take away from this. And I'll just show you a couple ways of thinking about that. One sort of using within-person expectations on our own survey and also by the ITT estimates. What's the kind of key effects I want to take? So one is, for men, we do see that reduced mobility post-divorce because of joint custody. Okay? It's leading them to spend more time with their children and then but consequence of that is they move less. For women, there's no change in mobility to be found, but we do see this increase in wages and we see an increase in hours worked, though that looks slightly noisy in our mobility result. Okay. I should stop there. Thank you. Yep, that's good. Sounds good. Okay, so this is a paper with Gina Markov and Emma Dupuy, who are both here from Columbia, and it's a paper about everyone's favorite subject. But really, it's actually, we motivated it about thinking about this issue of tacit knowledge that sort of comes up periodically in economics, and particularly in the context of the labor market, where we generally have an idea that some skills and amenities that are not easily shareable, they're not easily communicated, they entail something, ineffable, if you will, like you've got to be there, doing the thing, talking to the people to really experience it. And we think that this exists probably in workplaces. And despite the fact that there is this property of jobs and work, it's kind of one of the amazing features about markets is that we generally think that those things still get priced. And so you don't have to be able to write it down, you just have to be able to shop around, and then that sort of private information will get revealed in, say, the return to experience or the compensating differential to an amenity. That result is really dependent on competition, as a long line of theoretical results kind of show that once you have good, good, and bilateral, once you're in any sort of bargaining situation, you no longer have efficient information revelation. And against that sort of view that the market gives you all the information that you need, we policymakers and economists kind of just make it it's almost an enormous amount of effort into actually trying to operationalize what goes into various jobs. In particular, we use occupational codes. In particular, we use ONET a lot to make job characteristics visible. And so what this paper is really gonna, the first 90% of it, it's just gonna show you that there's this weird thing in ONET where it flips between workers and experts and experts are gonna be exactly the people that don't do the job, are not currently doing the job and are having to make a judgment about what the content of the job is. And we're going to show you that matters for lots of uses of ONET. And that there are going to be differences between incumbent workers and experts. And then we're going to try to maybe leave that very fun empirical exercise, but take that difference to be a measure of the tacitness of a job. And so where the kinds of jobs in which experts and workers disagree a lot, we're going to sort of look at those as tacit, as a measure of tacitness. And then we're going to try to embed those differences into a model of hedonic equilibrium and look at how the fact of there being ex ante unobserved information that gets revealed ex post can kind of distort the returns to skill and amenities. Okay, so this paper is going to just first document the fact that many values and uses of ONET systematically depend on who the source is. And so this is going to matter for lots of uses of ONET in the economics literature. It's also going to matter for the real world in terms of H-1B visa approval, because in statute, the Department of Labor has to go look at ONET to decide whether or not a visa is specialty status or not.
And so they're going to look up whether, and because the experts are going to change how much experience in particular is rated for, is important for a job, the same occupation is going to switch in its eligibility for specialty status, depending on, like, just after an expert assessment. And so that's kind of the and then we're going to kind of move to this second part where we try to label the residual, if you will, and call the gap between this expert and worker coding as a measure of passiveness. And we're going to show these tacit jobs kind of are correlated with low expertise in a previous version of Otter Thompson, where it's going to have low use of LLMs, low exposure to AI and machine learning. And then we're going to also exploit the fact that in 2010, basically the ONET decided that workers were too biased in their assessment of skills for the particular module, and they switched all of it to analysts, professional analysts. Then we're going to show these tacit jobs like are differentially de-skilled when you switch from workers to analysts in 2010. And then we're going to, probably not going to get to this, but we'll see. We're going to compare these things to ground truth. So we have a couple of dimensions of ground truth. So we have injury risk, returns to experience, and returns to education, where we can see it in like the labor market, and we can see what people say in ONET. And then we can sort of show that like on the returns to experience and injury risk, and not on the returns to education, the ONET values of workers report are more correlated with the data than the experts. And then I almost certainly will not get to this, but we have this kind of extension of this kind of two-sided matching model with logit unobserved heterogeneity, where we embed the kind of two sides of unobserved information. And we show that like tacit information is priced, but only partially in the labor market because of frictions. So in particular, tacit information about disamenities is doing a lot of work holding up the bottom end of the wage distribution. So like there's low wage workers that know that their job is more dangerous than their experts, and the market is kind of like paying them a bit for that. And if you turn that off, their wages fall. And there's lots of other things that happen also, but that's what we got. So I'll skip the related literature. I will say though, we're very close to this recent paper in Trade that's looking about how trade codes are themselves kind of manipulated in response to tariff changes. Okay, so what does ONET do?
Can I ask a clarify?
Yeah.
Great. I think the way you're using tacitness, you seem to be implying it's kind of in low wage jobs.
It's not.
If you ask me where's the tax, I'll say all over the place.
It's all over the, sorry, that's just what I emphasized in terms of like its effects on the wage distribution. The vast bulk of tacit skills are in the high wage occupations, and tacit amenities are in the low wage occupations. That's what we're going to find. And I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example of it. Okay, so ONET inherits from the Dictionary of Occupational Tasks in 2001, and then it kind of has this systematic thing where it rotates through 1/4 of the jobs and updates them with new data every year. And then the first thing is that you try to get a sample of the workers, and like you try to get at least 15 for each module. But if you can't get enough workers in any of the modules, you go to an expert. And the experts are supervisors, trainers, or trade association members. And importantly, they are not currently doing the job. They may have done the job in the past, and they may be currently monitoring someone that does the job or have trained someone to do the job in the past, but the important thing is they are not currently doing the job. And this kind of sampling structure to ONET means that this is pretty exogenous, because it's just like you don't get enough people in sampling noise within occupation, and then you kind of switch to the expert. And so we're kind of, and I'll show you pre-trends, but within the set of occupations that have switches, the switches are pretty rare. And each sample worker will complete one module of the standardized questionnaire, but the experts will complete all the modules. Okay, so this is just the first pass at what the differences look like. So this is skills on the figure 1, and then work context and physical conditions on figure 2. And just to give you a sense of where the differences are, so like this is like the kinds of skills are things about equipment and installation of hardware on the job. Yeah. Sometimes they will, like you'll have, for example, for economists, they'll go to like the NABE, the National Association of Business Economists, and they'll ask that trade association for somebody, likely an economist, who's doing the job. And so I think particularly for professions, the experts will be often people that were once doing this job and are now like senior versions of that job. But for childcare workers, for example, they're asking like the trade association, which is just the businesses that employ them, not actual childcare workers. So you'll have like basically the workers. Workers think equipment is very important in these jobs, much more so than experts. So like anesthesiologists, microbiologists, they're kind of like the jobs are, I spend a lot of my time working and maintaining and installing equipment, and experts don't see that. And then over here, it's like the experts kind of think that the people are doing a lot more systems analysis than they actually are, than the workers kind of say that they're doing. And then on the amenity, it's all injury risk. So basically like, experts really underestimate the amount of like hazardous equipment, distracting noise that are there in these jobs, and the experts also really overestimate how much protective gear there is in these occupations. And so it's like, again, these kinds of like you have to be in the physical space, kind of understanding the risk to see it, and that's kind of I think what we're picking up and why we're kind of labeling this as kind of like tacit knowledge. Okay, and so this is just what the variation kind of looks like. So this is the share across all of these ONET modules on that are fulfilled by workers. And you can see this is the skills reform in 2010, where it's going up, and then they just turn off all of the workers. So there's no workers filling out the skills module after 2010. But then you kind of have this mix of workers doing all the other modules in every year until that. Yeah.
Is there some amount of technological change here if the experts were the people who used to do this work like 10 or 15
they don't
years?
understand the current state of the job. Yeah, I think that's certainly a possibility. I think there's many reasons why the experts are going to not have the exact experience that the person doing the job. That's one of them. And we're not taking a particular stand because the experts are kind of from all over. But I think the important thing is that they're not currently doing the job. Yeah.
I think it would, if you can get the data on the safety stuff, it would be nice to investigate the possibility that the experts are giving you the OSHA regulations. In other words, they're answering legally what's supposed to happen, and then the workers are reporting non-compliance. And so if you just read the answers on protective gear out of the regulations,
they're like trained to give you
and correlated that with the expert answers, that might be the best way to suss out what the source of the difference is.
That's helpful. And this is the share of experts. So experts are also kind of an increasing share, but they also get turned off in this 2010 skill reform. What's the residual category? Analysts. So these are like professional industrial psychologist types that are like whose main job it is to like analyze occupations. And they're kind of not really doing a lot for most of ONET, except in the skills module, where ONET kind of decided all the other two sources were like too subjective and biased, and so we need these professionals to assess skills after 2010. Okay, so let me give you some examples on the things that these differ on. So these are going to be, I'm going to show you a bunch of regressions that are of the form outcome on a coefficient on expert relative to worker, controlling for occupation, and like ONET database fixed effects. So it's just going to be like within occupation, like across this particular ONET element, what's the difference for an expert versus an incumbent worker, just using the sample that they only switch between experts and workers. And you can see it's like, okay, the experts overestimate the required level of education, but underestimate the in-plant training, and particularly like the importance of experience on the job. So that's sort of consistent with how we think like this kind of embodied skill would work. And these are kind of like across, this is like what LASSO selected as a bunch of work contexts that were really significantly different between experts and workers. And it's like experts overestimate the use of email, which I found funny, and the level of competition and amount of public speaking or the amount of time under cover. But then I think when you look at all of these, the ones that experts underestimate, I think they're, again, the degree of sociality and socialization that's like a part of the job. and as well as like exposed to contaminants as like a part of the work context. Is that a question, Andy? Okay, and then these are just picking out some tasks too, because so the problem with the tasks module is that they're always occupation specific, so you don't get this like occupation cross, you can't kind of look at cross occupations, so you always have to look within occupations. But just as an example, one of you guys can't see this, sorry, I was expecting a bigger screen. So like carpenters, right, like the experts, like so like workers kind of like differently think that you have to work with hazardous material more than experts. And welders, like the workers, think you have to use fire suppression methods in industrial emergencies much more than experts. So it's again like these things about like the being on the job and the physical risks that are salient. Okay, so now to make this relevant to labor economists, we're going to look at like what this does to 20 plus different uses of ONET in the literature. And I'm not going to name names. You're all, yeah, I am totally going to name names and look at this like event studies where like where a given occupation switches from a worker to an expert on the element value. And so this is just looking at like workers to experts. So you can see routine manual, routine cognitive, non-routine cognitive, non-routine cognitive interpersonal, non-routine manual, heat exposure, anyway, job flexibility, suitability for machine learning, stress. So these are the ones that only use elements that are both coded by workers and experts. And some of them are different, some of them are not. And you know, we don't want to make too much of like any particular difference. It's just that it seems to matter. So it's like on a one to, these are all standardized, so and it's all standardized within a database. So it's, you know, they're all on a like a 0 to 1.
Like it lowers it by 21.2 standard
deviation.
And
Yeah.
it's statistically distinguished.
Yeah. And so that's just using the experts versus the workers. When we bring in the analysts, we can look at a much larger set because a lot more measures of ONET use the skills module that only switches between analysts and you know, where you need the analysts to score it. And then you get a lot more measures out there, and things sort of are continuing to be statistically significant. But this variation doesn't just use the sampling noise variation, so it's a little bit different. Yeah, so that's that. On reality, so this was like we're, you know, ONET is just like cited all the time in statutes. So it's like it's not just a measurement tool; it's like actually like used as a for policy making. So we like look long and hard for like what's an application that we can actually see in some data, and H1BDs are the one that we found. And so, you know, H1B's occupations are generally college educated, so you're not going to get a lot of variation in formal schooling requirements for H1Bs. But they are going to differ on their experience requirements. And the way it works, employers submit applications with job descriptions to the Department of Labor and U.S. Customs and Immigration Service. And then by law, the Department of Labor has to decide whether or not to approve the application or not based on comparing the job description with ONET and setting, you know, they have to set a prevailing wage based on the, you know, based on the job category that they assign to it. And, you know, we looked in like the appeal decisions in USCIS, and ONET is just like, shows up all the time in the appeal decisions. It's like and so I'll just show you this quickly. So this is the same specification, except because we're using this labor. We can also look at like local labor markets. So we're looking at occupation by commuting zone effects and commuting zone by year effects, and then occupation by like a higher level 3-digit occupation code by time. Fixed effect. And so this is what it looks like for experience, where, you know, when and these are, you know, it's a much smaller set of occupations, so we're going to have noisier standard errors here. But basically, when it switches from like a worker to an expert, the experience requirements kind of fall, and there's not much movement in the educational requirements, which is kind of what we'd expect for these relatively skilled occupations. And then we sort of see this like probability of acceptance fall in comparatively, because, and the way we think about it is that they've lowered the experience bar for this, so they're no longer as specialized, and so they're going to get rejected. And the ones that are going to survive are going to be are going to be in the lower prevailing wage, because the prevailing wage bins are assigned based on like relative experience levels inside the application, and so you're going to get this lower prevailing wage bin, and that's going to propagate to the lowered offered wage. Okay, so great. I'm talked way too fast, so okay, let's. I'll get through everything. Then what we do is try to aggregate this up into a measure of tacitness, and this is I think where we really. I'm not sure this will survive the paper. It's also might be like you're trying to measure something that you've already said is like difficult to measure. So what are you doing? And so it's perhaps impossible. But what we're going to do is take this like weighted average of worker expert differences as an index of tacit occupations. And we can show that these tacit jobs score as lower skill relative to non-tacit jobs following this 2010 replacement of the coders by the analysts. We also can show that the tacit jobs have higher readability and lower expertise, as in the Otter-Thompson measure, and that these tacit jobs are also have lower exposure to machine learning, to lower exposure to AI. They have less use in the Anthropic Economic Index. And so what we're like looking for here is kind of like what would be like the ground truth-ish measure of tacitness that you would really check here. It's all like imperfect, and so yeah.
I'm concerned about the label of tacitness. I mean, this is the measure of disagreement between expert grader. I think you could just say it's a measure of like class difference, right? Like the people who do the work with you, and like in highly educated occupations, they're like, oh, a doctor, you know, where say, oh, this person's the cook, and so we under acknowledge this expertise required in what they do. But I don't know if that's tacitness. Or
I don't know that it's tacitness. It could be the class. It could be the class difference, and I think this is what. We're calling it tacitness, and I think we would need like some more ground truth stuff to check this.
Just by way of context, I was giving a talk on Wednesday, and Suresh was bothering me with sociological questions, so I'm just getting it in here.
Fair. I wasn't going to say it. Okay. Okay. So let me compare then the answers to ground truth. Actually, I'm not going to make it. So we have the returns to. So we're going to look at from the ACS. We're going to compute occupation-specific returns to education, returns to experience, and then we're going to use the BLS injury survey to measure injury risk. So those are going to be kind of like measures that we think we have like a truthful measure that we can compare both the experts and the workers' answers to. And so we're going to then see just whose answers are kind of more correlated with these measures of ground truth. And so when we look at the return to experience, so the red line's the workers, the blue line's the experts, is that the workers have, you know, this is their SOC specific Munserian returns to experience, and this is in ONET, how much do you say experience matters for doing the job? And basically, the worker scores across occupations are more correlated with the Munserian returns than the expert score. But when you look at education, there's no real difference. So, like formal education, they're both kind of getting tracking it equally poorly or equally well. And then when we look at occupational risk and injury risk, like workers kind of have a much more strongly sloped related, you know, their responses to the non-fatality injury rate is more strongly sloped than the experts' responses. So that's kind of like our sense in which, again, this difference. So if it's just class bias, I mean, maybe it's just class bias still, but this is like suggests that it goes in particular directions that that is like, why would class bias particularly show up as like a difference in this returns to experience? No, I do not want an answer. Okay, so for my last act, what we do here is we want to sort of think about this in terms of this literature on amenities and compensating differentials and classic labor questions. So we're going to borrow this two-sided matching framework that's well known from Galician and Saloni, and which Dupont and Galician transfer, so you can kind of decompose the set of matches that you see into some like determinants of the total surplus from the job, and then the split of that surplus between workers and firms, depending on amenities and productivities. But what we do is we add incomplete information to this. So you can think of it as there's like an ex-ante matching stage, which looks like total hedonic equilibrium, but then you're kind of locked into that relationship, and then some information is revealed, and you have to bargain over that, and there's the probability of bargaining breakdown. And so what we kind of leverage is the idea that, like in these old Meyerson papers, you can like backwardly induct and get the sorting is all happening over the virtual surplus rather than the actual surplus, and then we kind of recast the sorting model in terms of sorting over like the ex-ante virtual surplus, and that kind of internalizes the incentive compatibility constraints from the ex-post problem. And so we embed these worker characteristics, and then we have occupation characteristics that are all in the ground truth measures and the ONET differences, and then we estimate these equations. Basically, all of this lives on you believing that you have the right basis functions for characterizing the surplus as like flexible interactions of all of x's and y's. And then you can estimate it with MLE. Trust me, you can with the paper. It's there. But these are the counterfactuals. Like our first counterfactuals, when we turn off so we get these estimated coefficients on the ONET values conditional on ground truth, and then we set those equal to 0, and then we recalculate the equilibrium. And let's just give you an example that you'll have these jobs for which like the ONET values are really showing up as like increases in amenities or decreases in amenities. And then you'll see that the wages will kind of will offset that. So jobs that where you take away where the private information was seen as a disamenity, and you take it away, and then it kind of shows up as an amenity. Those occupations, the wages fall. And then, but because you have this resorting, it also changes everyone's outside options, and that then changes wages for everyone. Yeah.
So you're relying on the structure, and as far as I can tell, it's the kind of static version of the mechanism design approach.
100%.
And as a friend of Bob Gibbons, I must say there's another world out there that says what matters is the dynamics and what matters is the relational contracts. And as long as both principal and agent can see the same thing that's unobserved to the researcher and have the right discount rates, then my friend Roger's model is not relevant. And so how do you think about just taking the static model and running with it and using its structure to get identification?
Well, we are doing that in the ex-ante stage. We just have this like other identifying bit of information, which is these things, these ONET variables, which we think conditional on the truth. The ONET signal shouldn't matter in some way, and so to the extent that the ONET signal is getting priced into the labor market conditional on the truth, that's something that's like a little bit off about the static model, and that's kind of the identifying variation. I should stop, because that's telling me how much time I'm over, right? Yes. Okay. So basically, take away one thing from this, which is that it really matters this like difference between workers and experts in ONET. And we can show that in a bunch of different ways. And then where we are trying to go is to use this difference to provide a lens into like tacit knowledge over both skill, but also amenities inside the workplace.
Okay, thank you all for sticking around for the last paper. Oh yeah, this is thanks to my co-authors. All right, well, thank you everybody. My name is Kelly Hsu. I'll be presenting joint research today with Marius Wenzel, Shimon Kogan, and Marina Niesner. Our project is on this idea that we can now extract personality from faces, and we'll be exploring the labor market implications. So our research is motivated by the idea that human capital really includes much more than just standard cognitive skills or ability. It also includes personality. And previous research has shown that personality in various contexts, including labor markets and also financial behavior, health outcomes, etc. And so in a variety of these contexts, personality often has greater explanatory power than various other individual characteristics. For example, your SAT scores, etc. Now, one key obstacle limiting some of this research, especially in labor economics, is that personality remains difficult to measure at scale. So there's a lack of large-scale detailed personality surveys that can be coupled with detailed employment outcomes, especially for the skilled labor market. So some of the existing papers just use personality to predict, are you employed or not? Did you go to college? Whereas we're interested in actually far more than that in terms of how people advance through companies and hierarchies and promotions. So this can limit our understanding of the role of personality in labor market dynamics. Now, with the advent of AI facial image processing, people have used now facial features to predict a variety of outcomes, including behavioral tendencies and personality. So these are just some examples. This is SciMatch, which extracts personality and helps people match with others in the dating market. This is research by Ludwig and Lola Nathan using facial features to predict outcomes in the next round of sentencing. This is research by Michael Kozinski looking at using facial features to predict someone's political orientation. Now, we're interested in labor markets partly because first, personality is already heavily used in labor screening. So part of the reason I got interested in this project is I figured, I realized that my home school, Yale School of Management, has been giving all of our applicants personality tests as part of our admissions. David?
It sure is just personality. It's also, the world is going to treat you differently depending on how you look, right? And that's not just your personality, right? So I believe that facial features would be predictive of outcomes in the world, but I don't know if that's all just personality.
I agree with you. So I think one way to interpret this is we are just taking facial features and we are going to predict labor market outcomes. We are going to be projecting those essentially on self-reported survey personality. We can do a different exercise, which is work in progress, which is there's a separate training data set that we can use to take facial features and get other people's perceptions of our personality. So there is already existing research, and we also find in our own preliminary analysis that people's self-reported personality is actually very weakly correlated with other people's perceptions of their personality based upon just facial features. Now, both of those could matter. Like, you could treat me differently, and that affects my labor market outcomes. I think we're interested in studying that predictive channel as well. But what we're predicting is facial features projected on self-reported survey personality, which also is not the same as like my true latent personality, which is very difficult to measure. It's not clear that people even know themselves when they answer survey questions.
So like Marcus Mobius and Tanya Rose and Black in the papers, and there's a beautiful paper that show that people who are more attractive are liked better in phone calls where they can't be seen, right? So obviously the world has told them they're attractive. That affects how they communicate with others and how others perceive them. I'm saying like it's hard to really separate personality from appearance. Your appearance affects your personality. So
I think ultimately we are in predictive powerland. I think this is part of this is a warning that through this channel and a variety of others, the screening ability of employers in industry has dramatically increased.
Yeah. One thing that you could do just to explore David's concern empirically is send an email to Hammermesh, have him send you all the digital images of the pictures he used for the Michigan Law School graduate survey, send them through your AI, and then do a correlation between your personality score and his beauty score.
We essentially have that, by the way. We have an attractiveness score, which is fairly widely accepted. So I'll show you how basically movements in predicted personality compare to a standard deviation change in attractiveness. First is they're not strongly correlated. Attractiveness does predict better labor market outcomes consistent with Aramesh's research, but we're getting predictive power pretty comparable to attractiveness along other personality dimensions. And by the way, I wouldn't say just because we find personality predicts this doesn't mean the channel, perhaps people who are more attractive are more skilled. So it doesn't have to be coming from external perceptions, it just might. All right, AI is also heavily used in hiring, and there are companies now such as which do video assessments of interviews and try to extract personality. How they do so is a bit of a black box, but it's quite possible they're using technology similar to what we're about to present here. All of this is happening in an environment where there's a lot of regulatory uncertainty about the use of AI in hiring, at least in the US. So what we do in this paper is we apply AI photo personality analysis to LinkedIn data on MBAs, and we evaluate the predictive power of what we call the photo big five. So the big five is a dominant kind of way to characterize personality in the psychology literature. We're going to infer photo big five from faces and just evaluate that predictive power for labor market outcomes. We look at MBAs because first is corporate leaders and mid-level managers are currently the labor market segment where personality screening is most heavily used in hiring and promotion. So I teach MBAs as part of their first entry in the labor force. They really do go through exhaustive now personality screening, and many of them are not being called back to the next round because they failed at personality. They also represent a meaningful percentage of employment, 8%, but they're responsible for strategy decisions that impact other workers. They're also relatively educationally homogeneous, they're MBAs. So personality here could be one of these key differentiators relative to perhaps lower skill or technical roles where task-specific abilities might dominate. So I'll show you the results for the MBAs. Hopefully with time at the end, I do want to give you a sense of our broader agenda. So the results I'm going to show you today come from using another algorithm borrowed from a different set of co-authors. We have now moved that in-house. We have our own updated algorithm. And I'll show you also how we're using facial features now to predict repayment behavior. So this could also be potentially used to study credit screening. As a preview of results, what we do is we have now a large-scale personality measure, the photo big five, and it can be scaled up now quite easily. And it's matched to detailed labor history data. This offers some new labor market insights. First is we can do some validation of existing labor personality findings. We don't necessarily expect to find the exact same thing because we are looking at a different population of MBA. But I would say this is largely a validation exercise in which previous research has found that certain traits predict better schooling outcomes or higher pay. And we find similarly, just using the photo inferred version of that personality, similar results. That personality predicts school rank, compensation, and job seniority. Second, because we now have this much larger data set due to the scale, we can now look at stuff that couldn't be studied easily before. We now look at results on job transitions and job match. So we find that people do tend to match to, this is going to be ONET data, okay, do match to occupations that have higher demand for their types of personalities. And further, that there's a compensation return to personality match. So personality traits, in particular agreeableness and conscientiousness, is twice as large in roles that are one standard deviation above in terms of demanding those types of traits. We also find what we characterize as high incremental predictive power. This is not to be confused with high R squared. R squared in labor data sets, as many of you might know, are incredibly low. But in a screening context, if your other variables, such as where people went to school or their GPA and their test scores, also have extremely low R squareds and are not very correlated with our measures, what we are offering now is high incremental predictive power.
Might be a version of what other people are. So if I look at period T, the full LinkedIn profile, and then ask, can I predict T+1 outcomes with and without the photo? Does the photo have incremental predictive power for that? Because that's, to me, probably what the recruiter would think about. Do I see the photo or not? But I see the entire history in the LinkedIn profile. I guess what you're doing is, does the photo predict the LinkedIn profile?
Yeah.
The alternative to me would be, well, you send an application, I click on your profile with and without the photo, and send like
That's a good idea. The most we've done is just hold out samples, but with the delay in publication and the slowness of research, we can start doing that. All right, I just want to touch a bit, I think, on very important ethics considerations, although I don't have the answers here. So I just want to clarify, we are not advocating for usage of Photo Big 5 in labor market screening. However, this is something that is being adopted in industry, so we think there should be an academic evaluation of this. One key reason you might want to be concerned is personality extraction from faces is just classical statistical discrimination because inferences are being made from statistical aggregates. This raises obvious questions of potential discrimination by race or gender. But in theory, you could program any algorithm to deliver identical distributions of scores across well-defined demographic categories. Perhaps a more difficult question is among people of the same gender and race, so within a demographic category, is it ethical to screen in favor of those, let's say, whose faces predict greater conscientiousness? You might still be concerned there because it's a violation of autonomy and respect for individuals. It also might reduce our incentives to improve our personality. Perhaps I was born with a predisposition to be rather neurotic, but I can change my personality actually just by taking medicine, for example. But if I know that the labor market is going to screen me by something that reflects perhaps my prior tendency to be neurotic, then I might have reduced incentives to change my personality.
I would have liked, before we got here, to have had a little more context about what your good marginal predict, or whatever you called it, was, because I don't know any formal metric for how you described it, but I would like to know if you just did all these different characteristics and you did raw correlation coefficients, and then if you picked a set of things that are always in a Mensa regression, and then you added this or added other things to it, if you get a big enough data set, you can get t-statistics greater than 2. But I don't think you've convinced us that these correlations are strong enough that people are going to rush to pay a lot of money to do this. Because if there's a cost to create these things, we need more than just the t-statistics greater than 2 to kind of jump on this bandwagon. And so, and the MBA example is, that's kind of fishing in a stocked pond. If it doesn't matter here, it's not ever going to matter. Because these are people who are managing people, that's their job.
Okay. Well, how do I say this? The R squares are low. That's another way of measuring explanatory power. They're on the order of like 2, okay? 2%. However, within this type of data set, you're getting very, very little R squared from where people went to school, their undergraduate GPA, and their MBA GPA. So if those are your other screening variables, then this adds substantial incremental screening power.
So clearly this already passes the market test if people are, for companies that are doing this, assuming they stick around where I'll. But you're projecting these things onto 5 dimensions of a not that predictive metric. But you don't have to do that, right? You could non-parametrically take all the data, right, and put it in a regression and have a machine learning model figure out what features are predicted. That would give you an upper bound of explanatory power. Then you could try to say what explains those things. Now that's hard to go from these big map features into actual other things, but it would be worth benchmarking.
So we have done that. And in particular, I'll show you, we've done that for the credit project, which is, suppose you just want to predict, is someone going to default on a loan? What happens if you use all the facial features? You can definitely beat out a sample, projecting it onto personality. As to why that works, it's actually not hard to do. It's just really hard to interpret why it works.
Sure, no, I'm just asking how much of the space is spanned by personality of the explanatory power of the face itself?
I would say in MBA labor market, I'm not sure of the exact estimate, but a substantial part is not being projected onto just personality. Okay. All right, one thing I wanted to note though, despite all of these ethics considerations, it is interesting to keep in mind that even without AI, humans are constantly screening each other on faces, possibly with more noise or bias. So it's not obvious that the ethical concern is actually greater in this setting than what we've been doing all along. All right, let me talk about our methodology and data. So the big 5 factors are openness, conscientiousness, extroversion, agreeableness, and neuroticism. They spell out the acronym OCEAN. I urge you not to take the name of each factor too literally. Okay? Each factor really results from doing something like a historical version of extracting principal components from personality data. And each factor actually encompasses a range of specific characteristics that tend to occur together. So for example, extroversion doesn't literally mean the word extroversion. It describes a bundle of traits such as sociability, assertiveness, and energy levels. Also, I want to caution, like all studies of personality, and actually also a lot of studies of IQ, we can't say that this is causal, right? Because it describes a basket of traits that tend to occur together and could be correlated with other stuff, right? So we're really going to focus on explanatory power. We're going to use a machine learning algorithm first developed by Couture et al. So this is the version in our follow-up where we're going to move this in-house. But what I'm showing you is using an updated version of just their algorithm. So they collected 12,000 volunteers who submitted photos and took a big 5 personality survey. Extracted facial features from self-submitted images. So imagine you have a couple hundred facial features that have been extracted. You can then train a cascade of artificial neural networks to then predict the survey-based measures of the big 5 traits. And these algorithms were trained separately for male and female faces. Now, importantly, the algorithm uses facial features to predict self-reported personality. We're not directly trying to predict perceptions of our personality by external others. Like they could be correlated, but that's not what the algorithm was optimized to do. And more on that later. Why might faces be associated with personality? So there is research showing that genetics contributes to both faces as well as personality. So craniofacial characteristics can be predicted by DNA. And genetics has been shown to explain 30 to 60% of the cross-sectional variation in personality traits. There's also research showing that pre- and postnatal hormone and environments can affect both facial shape as well as personality. One's perceived facial features by oneself or others could also affect personality or vice versa. This is kind of like David's point, like being in this case, very unattractive like Quasimodo. Means other people treat him a certain way. He has his personality has adapted. And then finally, our expressive cues could correlate with personality. Now, in our study, we control for facial expression, so the extent to which you're smiling, neutral, or frowning, taking the probability of that. We are also stopping for just this face, so it's not grooming or clothing and it's also turned into a black and white image, so it's not just kind of like the coloring. But more subtle traces of grooming and facial expression could be added to our predictive power, and that might actually be interesting to study further. I'll just note that our algorithm is probably underpowered if you're interested in kind of facial expressions or makeup and the predictive power of that, because the algorithm that we're using was designed to be identity discriminative. So an identity discriminative algorithm is an algorithm that tries to figure out 2 photos are of the same person, possibly with different expressions, or of different people. So this is related to the type of technology that you use to unlock your phone or get past airport security. So it's not optimized to pick up on makeup or facial expressions, but also because it's a machine learning algorithm, it's still a bit of a black box, so I can't claim that it doesn't at all get predictive power from facial expressions, grooming, etc. Yeah. Yeah, I actually wonder, like, if you get filler and Botox, can you still unlock yourself? Yeah. It might.
How should I think about BMI, race, like other things that might be used to discriminate and might be correlated with the outcomes? So is it just a face or is it demographics that is, I mean, gender, obviously? Is it all goes into here, or do you control for it somehow? But I guess you shouldn't, or?
To some extent, okay. So for example, we can control for demographic category by gender fixed effects. But for example, what it could be picking up is, let's say, within white men of European descent, is actually figuring out like someone looks more French than German, and somehow, or like it's doing something else that you can map it onto their country of origin. That's possible. Okay, so things that we have tested could be adding to our predictive power. So I'm not denying this could be adding to our predictive power, but our algorithm doesn't seem to be very sensitive to it, is clothing, makeup, resolution of the photo, or facial expression. So in terms of the just how are we able to predict personality out of sample? This is the correlation between self-reported and predicted scores in the training data that in the holdout sample. Okay, so it ranges from 0.14, which is openness for women, to 0.36 conscientiousness for men, and 7 out of 10 correlations are greater than 0.2. Okay, so these correlations are not super high. Okay, and it's important to keep this in mind for later analysis, because if something is insignificant, it doesn't mean that personality doesn't matter. It just could be we were measuring that with too much noise. However, compared to other benchmarks, so other ways to measure personality, we're actually in about the right ballpark. Okay, so suppose I were to report my own personality on a survey, and I asked my close friend or family member to rate my personality. Okay, those correlations are only about 0.3 to 0.4. Okay, whereas if I report my personality and a stranger just looks at my face or a short video and tries to predict my personality, those correlations are really much closer to 0. And of course, true personality is latent, so it's not clear we ever have, the right measure of personality. So our data set is, we have a large scale data set, which is LinkedIn photos, LinkedIn from Revelio. We do have a smaller data set of several top 10 US MBA programs. And there we also have cognitive measures of academic performance. Okay, so GPA, GMAT scores, etc. We're going to be controlling throughout for photo, age, and race, the attractiveness score, photo blurriness, and we can also do a subsample where we find pretty similar results, where an algorithm says it is unlikely that Photoshop has been applied. So here are the results for the LinkedIn sample. So we're regressing here school rank, undergrad or MBA, on Z-scores of the photo Big 5 as extracted from these photos. Again, this you can view kind of as a validation test. What we find is consistent with the prior literature on post-secondary education standardized test scores. Being more conscientious predicts going to a higher ranked, more elite school. And then being more extroverted negatively predicts that. We also estimate throughout something we call a photo Big 5 effect, which is for everybody, we take their individual photo Big 5, multiply by these coefficients, rank them, okay? And then we compare the top quintile to the bottom quintile. So this would be, if you go from the most kind of undesirable set of facial features in terms of photo big five to the most desirable, how much would your school rank increase? And that's what's reported down here. So, you know, modest effects of 13 are actually for women quite a bit bigger change in school rank. Next, we can look at post-MBA compensation with the caveat here that we are using Revelio compensation data, which as many of you know is imputed. I will actually have more to say on this later because we have now linked Revelio to Experian. So now we have a second measure of compensation coming now from credit data. Okay. But here we find one thing that's interesting is conscientiousness still continues to predict higher pay, but now the sign on extroversion has flipped. Okay? And I think this kind of makes sense especially in MBA context, which is the previous literature, and we also find that extroversion negatively predicts schooling outcomes. But in the MBA labor market, being more extroverted seems to be associated with higher pay. We can also look at compensation over time. Directionally, they're mostly the same. The one interesting difference, and I'm not sure I have a great explanation for it, is, you know, it'd be great to get future research on this, is conscientiousness predicts higher initial pay and higher pay growth for men. Conscientiousness predicts higher initial pay also for women, but negative pay growth for women. Next, and here's where we think we are adding kind of new results. I'll take a question.
I mean, I guess to speak to the screening potential, ideally we'd like to know how some of these measures might be useful for an employer to discriminate among potential applicants in terms of productivity. So I guess that's why we're interested in wages, because we think it's telling us something about productivity, but because these are just realized outcomes, like, I mean, this could be a lot of labor supply. Like, I'm just curious how you think about what the market wages are telling us about how these people actually differ in terms of the latent attributes that would matter to employers.
I think that's an excellent point, which is compensation is a very noisy measure of productivity. And compensation could also reflect ways in which people are like mistakenly rewarded by the labor market for you know, productivity that's not there. So, you know, we just acknowledge that. The other thing that we can predict that could be of great interest to employers, though, is job tenure.